Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, April the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And thank you guys. You're telling me you can hear me, and now you can see my screen. Don't know what happened before. Anyway, so I'm seeing nothing. I mean, we are just in a, it's sort of crept up on me now. This is now probably a couple of weeks, hardly any gap downs, hardly any gap ups in the pre-market. Just not seeing a lot of follow through once the market opens. So, this has been, for me anyway, a stretch of, kind of difficult to try to find ideas during the day. I mean, there are some, don't get me wrong, there are some, but it's just not quite as dynamic as it has been. So, I'm just not going to force the issue, though. I'm not going to try to trade just because, I got to try to find something to trade. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. So anyway, some interesting news. Take a look at MO. MO is down. Cigarette companies are kind of getting beaten up right now. Looks like they want to try to, the administration wants to try to lower nicotine levels and also maybe ban menthol cigarettes. This is not going to happen overnight, of course, but that's the word out there anyway. So Altria is getting, slammed down, well, not a little bit. That's, for 1.86 billion in the float, that's down 5.5%. More importantly, there's really nothing underneath it to hold it. So, and so one little company that is, trying to take advantage of this is XXI. Okay, so XXI. And it is not a low float, 149 million in the float. So it's not a low float situation. But again, I have no idea if this gap is going to hold. That's the problem. The gaps just aren't holding. However, might give us a shorting opportunity. It is shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Maybe keep an eye on this one. I wish it were Goldman doing it, but Bank of America has put a very lofty price target, initiating coverage and a $31 share profit or potential for FSR. So that has caused a nice little pop for FSR. Will it hold? Again, $1 million question right now. Will any of these gaps hold? I don't mind the gaps not holding as long as they fall. I don't mean like drift, I mean fall. Then we can short them all. But MVIS. MVIS, is this still holding a little gap? Not really. Nah, I mean, I'm really scrounging here, guys. I don't see any news on it. MVIS. The only reason I looked at it is because, well, when it was up here at $11, so it was up in this area here, I thought, okay, well, maybe if it can hold the pre-market gains, it can start to move into this area, but I just don't see it now. YVR, okay, YVR is an NFT play. This was shortable, or is shortable at Interactive Brokers. So it's an NFT play. They put some kind of a press, Liquid Media starting NFT platform called NFtainment. Okay. I just wish I could get a little more enthusiastic about all this, but it's hard. OBLN. Is it holding its gap? Well, it's a low float, but it looks like there's a lot of resistance around $3. MYMD, so this is the effective merger. I guess I don't know if they're going to be I don't know what they're calling themselves. It's Acres and MYMD. Well, it is now MYMD. So this was Acres before, AKER. So they've merged. So now the symbol is now MYMD. So it looks like an IPO. It isn't an IPO. Space, I did see space. I did see space. That was the last one on my list, actually. SPCE. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I don't. I mean, last week is when the news came out that Branson sold $150 million worth of shares. So that caused a little bit of a downturn, not a little bit, some downturn in the stock. There is one little earnings play I'm seeing right now on my, but again, look at this. You have the 200-day moving average right above it. It's a EDU, China Education Stock. EDU is an earnings play. It's a big float. Again, I don't see that much drive in this, especially with that 200-day moving average sitting right on top. That's at 1615. It's at 1570 right now. Well, let's see now. You talked about Hoth, H-O-T-H. Hoth is shortable at Interactive Brokers, just for fun. Looks like quite a few, 163,000 shares. Yeah, Philip Morris. I didn't actually look at Philip Morris. So they're down 2%, and Altria is down 6%. Yeah. I mean, this could be the one. This could be one of those all-day shorts. But this is not going to happen tomorrow. This regulation is, what they're talking about, dropping nicotine levels and getting rid of menthol and or both cigarettes. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen tomorrow. I know nobody in this room smokes, so it doesn't really affect us. eBet, let's take a look at eBet. Haven't seen that one since last week. Oh, yeah. Good morning. I see a couple of new names. I don't know if you just changed your nicknames or new names, but Walk Dude and Nico. Wow. Nico de Muskel. I'm sorry if I butchered your name, but welcome to the room. Yeah, the double X, double I is, again, just taking advantage of the potential for tougher cigarette regulations. Okay, we've got a little pop here for NNDM. Haven't seen this one for a while. Since these days here when it was super active. It's a big float, $250 million in the float. Okay, what is the news? Acquires machine deep learning. There was a little bit of news on it. Deep learning leader DeepCube. Yeah, this is the news. It just popped up here. All right, well, EDU is on the move a little bit here. Hey, listen, I mean, if it takes out that 200-day moving average, 1615, might have a run. It's it's an earnings play. We're going to have a few more earnings plays today. Of course, Netflix, I believe Netflix releases after hours today. Post-market, yes, so Netflix releases after hours. Give me one moment, please. All right, let me just mean I'm just following an internal trade ideas discussion. Hilarious. Okay, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. See if there's anything. So again, keep an eye. I mean, look, keep an eye on the FSR. I mean, I have no idea if this upgrade by Bank of America is going to keep it moving, but obviously it's got room. It's not just an upgrade, but they've actually put a price target of $31, so pretty aggressive. The stock is at $13.58, so let's take a look. Wow, hardly anything. Even the analysts are snoozing now. So let's take a look at the upgrades right now. We have Eye of Newt. That's it. That is it. That's all the upgrades I have from briefing.com this morning. Now let me take a look at the downgrades. See if there's anything interesting. All right, there are the upgrades. There are the downgrades. This is a really short list of both. That's from briefing.com. So I see Goldman has downgraded EOG. Let's take a look at EOG, see if there's any movement. Look at William using all those big accounting type terms like accretive. All right, FSR. FSR is moving here, guys. Again, on the Bank of America. I wish it were Goldman, but anyway, Bank of America upgrade. $31 price target. Ah, one of those guys likes to talk about themselves in the third person also, William. So yeah, so we've got the cannabis sector. I mean, it's a little bit. My problem with all of these is, can they sustain any sort of price action once this market opens? So we do have Tilray, TLRY. We have ACB. And I'm sure. Well, let's just take a look at the ETF, MJ. You know, MJ. I mean, it's not doing too much, but AFA. Of course, AFA and Tilray are linked. IFBT, let's see. So Robert is in the our YouTube room is saying IFBT, IFBD, sorry. IFBD. Okay, don't know anything. Are you sure that's the right symbol, Robert, or have I typed it in wrong? IFBD. IFBD. Sure that's the right symbol? Oh, I see. It's an IPO today. I gotcha. Let me see how many shares it has. I don't even have it listed as an IPO. Yeah, I don't have it listed as an IPO. I'm not saying it isn't, but I don't have it listed as an IPO. So what I'll do, if you're saying it is going to be one of those really low float IPOs, I will create a price alert at $1. So when it starts to trade, if it starts to trade today, it'll pop up on my screen. Six and a half million shares. Okay, so we had that crazy IPO last week with eBet. Okay, we had that absolutely crazy one last week with eBet that got all the way up to $56. Not a China one. Interesting though, I do not see it listed at all as an IPO. Well, that could give us some excitement. Again, I don't typically trade IPOs the day of, but that could obviously get some excitement going, because if it only has 4.5 million shares or 6.5 million shares at 450, well, what could happen. But you got to be awfully careful. FSR is moving, guys. Again, on that upgrade from Bank of America. EDU on the move. Well, so much for that 200-day moving average stopping it. Wow. Okay, well, that's a big move for 1.5 billion in the float. That is a big move. When we were talking about this earlier, it was up, I think, 4 or 5%. So it's just about, now it's almost up 10%. I was somewhat skeptical that it would take out that 200-day, but I mean, look at this. It just blasted right through it. I think what's happening is that traders are just looking for anything with any sort of motion or movement, and this is obviously one of them. It's supposed to be IFBD, Grumpy. Frank BD. Okay, that's what I've been told is an IPO today, China IPO today. So again, all you have to do is just load it, put it on your chart, right click, create the price alert, put the alert price at $1 or something, and then save it. Minimize your price alert window. When it starts to trade, it'll pop up on your screen. The trade of the week is Cisco, CSCO. I don't know if it triggered. I don't think it did not trigger yesterday. Had to take out the high of Friday, so it did not trigger yesterday. It's not triggering right now. Well, our data, I'm surprised it stopped at 545. Maybe the charts stopped. But our data usually I think it goes to 7. I always like to say it like this. We start our data at 7 to 7 a.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. So I can't tell you at 5:45. I really have no explanation. I wasn't watching then. Well, some of the other China education stocks like WAHU, or no, WAFU, sorry. Not Wahoo, WAFU. I don't think the rest of them, I don't know, I can't say the rest of them, but I don't know if they're EEIX, I think is another one, right? EEIX. Now this NNDM is definitely flying here. On the acquisition, big float, you know, $250 million in the float. That's a big float, so it's moving pretty smartly now. This is shortable for me, so I have my doubts that it's going to maintain this this move. Well, guys, FSR on that upgrade. Okay, 926, so I'm going to minimize these two windows. My watch list up and down in the repeating version. If you want to follow along, from our toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and my watch list, Barry's watch list. Okay, remember everything in here in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do anything, click on anything in the channel bar. Make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would be replaced, which is okay as long as you have saved it to the cloud. Well, this NNDM is definitely liking the news, or people piling into it because they like this news. Cordelia, good morning. Thank you, Fred. I knew, yeah, so I don't see the other China education stocks. I don't see them moving. This is kind of just on its own, EDU. But again, look at this, 1667, all the way back down. Now it's challenging that 200-day moving average. Okay, challenging it again. So if you're new to this room, don't be shy to ask me questions, especially as you know these days. Well, I don't know exactly what's going to happen today. I'm anticipating maybe a lot of slowness, but hey, you never know. Maybe things will pick up. The FSR definitely is interesting on that upgrade. Yes, 40 seconds to the open. Well, let's have a great trading day today, everybody. I'm going to minimize some windows on my other monitor. Okay. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are open. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Just like to let things settle down a little bit. So astronaut boys, are you new to trade ideas or new to trading, or I'm just answering somebody in our YouTube room. I have a layout that I can share. I can share a lot of scans. So there's no such thing as the best layout to work with. I mean, it depends on your style of trading. You know, there's no, so I can't tell you that there is a best layout. But I will give you my homepage link. I will give you my homepage link. If you click on it and go to the, if you go to the scans section, okay, when you click on my link, and you will see you'll see my layout at the very top, and then you'll see a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Remember though, it is, if you click on my layout, remember if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you do save it to the cloud first, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Yes, MYMD just got halted. So this is the effective merger with Acres. Okay, there's NNDM. Still, wow, it's still, look at the volume that has come in. So let's take a look left. Yesterday's high was 720. It's challenging yesterday's high. If it can somehow make it through that, then 733. So you would think that there's a lot of resistance in the 760 area. I'm not saying it's going to get even close to that. Well, look at PLTR. Again, I don't know if this big pop is going to hold, but look at the volume that came in for PLTR. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news on the MVIS. You know, saw it in the pre-market. I have my doubts that it would move very much, but hey, I might be wrong. There's some volume coming in. It's a big float, 155 million in the float. Well, let's see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. Yeah, the bid-ask is stacking up. If you got into this one before the halt, it's looking good. The bid-ask is stacking up to be right now anyway, 740, 740, 745, 745. I'm telling you guys, this is really strange. I haven't got anything on the gap continuation or reverse yet, which is really strange. Usually it starts to fill up immediately. Supposedly a China IPO coming out, Joe. A lot of them starting tomorrow through Friday. All right, this is sinking here. SND, I don't understand why I'm not getting anything in the gap continuations. SNDX, something's happening here. Very interesting. I mean, you know, they had news, and it, you know, when you just look at the headline, it says shows robust clinical activity, so it looks like that should be very positive, and maybe the initial reaction was, but the market's opening, and now this is starting to slide away. SNDX. Really? I wonder what's going on here. I've got them all checked. Because what I'm trying to find is something that gaps down and continues down. You know, that's definitely my bias. All right. Well, if your guys are getting things, then there's something wrong with mine. Well, this was an AI alert yesterday. Man, I mean, it got stopped out almost immediately, and then there was a re-entry for it. And wow, I mean, this went down about $20, and AI is looking at it again as a short HAE. Wow, look at Fisker, guys. I mean, this FSR, that upgrade by the Bank of America, putting a. It's not so much the upgrade, but it's the price target, and that's all anybody really sees. All right, you know what? This is kind of crazy. I am going to. Oh, I know why. God, I've put a 15-minute delay on this. That's why I'm not getting anything. On purpose. Okay. Okay, the world is okay again. All right, so this is going to be longer than a 5-minute delay, guy, or 5-minute halt for the MYMD. How did you undo? I didn't undo it. I put it on. So if I look at configure all, edit, so I put right there the time of day. I didn't want it to start until 15 minutes after the market opened. If I wanted to get rid of it, if I wanted it to start, I would just get rid of it. I did it on purpose, you know, instead of seeing these, in the first 15 minutes, things gap up and down very quickly. So, well, big float or not, this one is ripping on that acquisition and a DM. Oh, Joe, I make no predictions like that. I have no idea how low Pinterest will go. No idea. You know, I mean, if you look left on the daily chart, so yesterday's low was 71.51. You know, so it's $1 from there. But I have no idea how low it's going to go. How do you scroll out? I don't know what you mean. You mean to the future? You can't? If you're talking about having a gap here, I don't know what you mean exactly. I mean, the time. Increasing the time span. I still don't know what you mean. Probably can't do what you're thinking of. Well, all you can do is scroll. There's nothing more you can do. You can't. This is not like a full-blown. Yeah, you can't do it like that, Roger. Okay. Again, this is not a full-blown charting package. All right, first 10 minutes in the books. Let's see if anything. I'm just eagerly awaiting now that my gap continuation. I want to see if anything. So here's the other one, guys. TAL, of course, that was bad of me. I should have been following TAL. TAL has earnings also on the 22nd before the market opens. TAL and EDU. Actually TAL, look at the room it's got. TAL. Usually they trade in tandem, EDU and TAL. I should have alerted, well, a lot of you probably know that, but should have alerted that. Look at the volume that came in. It really didn't do much in the pre-market. Well, I was dead wrong about EDU. I thought that 200-day moving average would stall it just because of the float. 1.5 billion in the float. I figured, well, you know, the main move has already been made and it would really stumble at the 200-day, but nope. Yeah, KSU was a buyout. KSU is a buyout. Canadian Pacific, I think. It's either Canadian National or Canadian Pacific buying them. So it opened and it had a little pop, actually a big pop actually. Remember, it was halted at 760. Now it popped up to 780. But it's now not. This is not shortable. Typical, you know. It's a new symbol merger. A lot of times they're not shortable the first day. This is not an IPO. Yeah, look at Clove. Wow, I mean, this getting beaten up again. This looks like one of those gap down and go down. I don't see any news on MVIS. No, this is straight up on that 2 minute, all time frames right now. So, and MYMD just got halted on the way down. So hopefully nobody got nailed in this. No, I just don't see any news on it, MVIS. But now, okay, well, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is way up here around 1470. A lot of volume. It's a big float, 155 million. That's a great move. I mean, you wouldn't have known this was going to happen in the pre-market. Just before the market opened, it was starting to slide away. IRM, that was not a trade of the week, though, was it? I don't think that was... Oh, keep an eye on list. I see, okay. Look at Space, guys. Space is trying to pop right back up. First of all, what's the market doing? Haven't really looked. So the market, so Dow's down, SPY is down, NAS is, down, but not much. So we're early. But look at Bingo, guys. BNGO. Look at the volume coming in. Another hot, like big float. 278 million in the float. So Bingo, they've got a hold of Bingo for a while anyway. BNGO. All right, so yeah, so now I'm starting to get some of these. So this is the gap down in reverse for space, SPCE. Excuse me. Well, you know, not trading early. I mean, I miss these, but just as easily that could have just collapsed. But NNDM is just the rocket ship, which is, again, you know, I keep harping on this, but I mean, 250 million in the float, that's a great move. All right, well, this is getting ripe maybe for a short, a BNGO, BNGO. Let's take a look left. 570 is the high yesterday. The high before that was 578, so it's sitting right there. I mean, look, if it gets through that, I guess it has a shot into the 650 level, but I mean, it has gone up very quickly. And I'm talking about the BNGO. All right, guys, FSR. Wow, well, that's well. This is the move from the upgrade. You know, these two that have shown up on my watch list. I mean, they're so extended right now. Not a lot I can do about that. However, this one, Alcoa, just sliding now. Had earnings, of course, on the 15th last week. This was I think, the reaction. Yeah, I think the bloom's gone off this one. This MYMD. All right, BNGO. Keep an eye on it. Maybe it's topped out. A couple of topping tails on the 2-minute chart. There's one big topping tail on the 15, of course. And that's the BNGO. All right, space continues. This is a gap down and go, guys. Space is still moving higher here. All right, so I'm going to set an alert for at 566 for BNGO. If it gets down there, might give us a short opportunity. Okay, so this is resuming that little bit of a pop for SNDX, and then now it's resuming downwards SNDX, and so there might be some support, maybe about $1 away. That's on that monthly chart. SNDX, though, this is really flying down now. So if you saw that headline, shows robust clinical activity. Okay, if you saw that headline, and that came out at 8:32, so it had to pop. Okay, and I'm not gonna even look at the full article, but look at this. So you look at that robust clinical activity. That sounds really good, and yet, so they had the initial pop and now the drop for SNDX. Yeah, I don't try not to use that term easy money, okay? There's no such thing as easy money. No, I didn't even know that SNDX was a short from the AI. All right, can FSR now hold 14? Now these are some pretty big topping tails now. This could turn into a nice little short opportunity. There's pretty big topping tails here. I'm just going to watch it though to see how well it holds 14. That might be the base. Could take off from there, but these are two pretty big topping tails for FSR. All right, guys, bingo. Let's see if we can do it. BNGO. Bingo was his name. So BNGO. Meanwhile, NNDM still is minor little pullback on the 2-minute chart. Nothing on the 15, basically straight up. Guys, SNDX, this is the gap down and go, and it is also an AI alert, 1556. Actually, it was the same, that was exactly the same in the AI, 1556. Those are the ones I'm looking for. SNDX, guys, is definitely, well, for me anyway, it's a mini winner. I said this week, or actually I think I said on Friday, that this is my concentration, the gap down and goes in this sort of a market. This is one of the ones I'm sharing. I'm going to get it. What time is it? 9:56. Yeah, in about 20 minutes or so, I will. Yeah, it didn't. You know what? It didn't stop me at all. You're right. I mean, it's down way more than 10%, but I had a fill almost immediately. Give me a moment here, guys. The cap's on. So how you trade this is up to you guys, of course. You know, I'm not going to say to take trades. Just point things out, especially if you have the AI. You saw the SNDX 1523, sorry, 1556. If you were following my gap continuation, you saw it was actually exactly the same price. But, you know, in this market, you got to be quick. Well, the trading room works like this. I mean, you can ask me questions about trade ideas. I'm never going to tell anybody what to buy or sell. It's, I'm pointing out opportunities. And if it makes sense to you, what I'm talking about, lots of other great traders in the room. But you heard me talking about the SNDX. The fact, this is my favorite scan from here, the gap down and go. So here's actually CGA. So again, does that mean I'm going to take CGA right now? But man, I'm looking at it. And it is shortable, yes. Only problem is it's got a bad spread. Well, short SNDX, okay? I mean, it's from the AI. If you don't have the AI, I mean, it was short from the AI, okay? And also from my gap down and go short. But listen, I'm not going to tell you to do the same thing. I mean, has to. A lot of people don't even want to short. Thin, 2 million shares, okay. Yeah, so gap down and go. So let me just quickly. And this is, again, one of the scans that I'm sharing, okay? I have 4 alert windows in here. Gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. Gap up and go means the stock gapped up and it kept going higher. Gap down and reverse meant it gapped down like space did and moved up. Gap up and reverse meant it gapped up and now it's starting to reverse. And then there's the gap down and go, which is, definitely turning into my favorite one out of these 4. It gapped down and it kept going down like SNDX. Okay, so there are 4 alert windows in this multi-strategy window. And again, it's one of the ones I'm sharing. All right, Jesse, I'll give you a link to what I call it, the main trading room. I'm kind of waiting on that bingo. It's still relatively strong. I thought maybe this move here would get it going down, but maybe not. BNGO. Well, Well, okay. I mean, no. I mean, that's the link to get in, Jesse. I don't know if there's an easier way. That's just the link to get in. I think you fill in, you give yourself a username and that. So I don't know if there's an easier way. I mean, is it really that difficult? Just save the link and you'll get it, and then that's what all the people in here, that's what they do every day. I mean, if you go to our homepage, you'll see a trading room link or a trading room tab or something, and you can click on that. But okay, looking for maybe one more leg down on the SNDX. What do we have here? Looking left. Well, guys, that definitely the SNDX. If you have the AI, that's my new term. It was a stellar trade, or from the gap down and go. And again, understand, I'm not telling anybody to buy or sell anything. Pointing out opportunities. You'll hear me say things like, well, I'm looking at this level. I'm not talking SNDX necessarily. Looking at this level. If it breaks that level, I will be very interested. Wow, this is turning into a great trade. I'm just looking here to see what sort of lows. It's approaching 1468, so it's down, so it's below that, the low of that week, and 1490, so it's below those lows. The next lows looking left on the weekly chart, 1359. Rick, I don't. There will be people in this room that will, and put that in the off topic. So Rick asked, any recommendations for a good technical analysis book? It's been so long since I've read any of them, so there's probably way more current ones. So if you put that in off topic, some might give you some ideas, but I don't. I'm sorry. No, we don't have that. We don't have strike prices astronaut. The options plays is it's just looking for abnormal option activity. Okay, it's got nothing to do with strike price or anything like that. It's looking for abnormal option activity. So in other words, if a company over the last say 10 days has traded a couple thousand contracts a day, and this one is not giving me anything yet. Okay, because it has to be 3 times normal. So in the aforementioned, if a stock is traded about 2,000 contracts a day over the last 10 days on average. For me to see it today, it'll have to trade 6,000. So it's got nothing to do with strike price. It's just looking for abnormal option activity. All right, I have just covered some of the SNDX. Again, you don't have to do the same thing, but I have just, not because William went long. So what I might do is actually just break that strategy out on its own. Not strategy, the window on its own. So this is what I'm talking about. Just take this and open the alert window. So now it's on its own, because I really do want to focus on it. So I was a little late on the CGA. Now, I don't know if I want to get it now. There was the original alert at 1421. So I'm not in this yet, because let's see if it takes out 14. What was the low yesterday? It was 1250 or so. And it is shortable, okay. All right, you were making me look at TCAT. Yeah, there is some severe rippage for TCAT, yes. Lots of volume coming in. Low float. Wow, I mean, this is... Sorry, William. Normally I'll cheer for you, but I'm sure you're adding like mad, but... Yeah, they're all kind of... well, YVR didn't hold. This is an NFT play also. It had the pop pre-market, but did not hold. But the rest of the other ones are just, yeah. How about Hall of Fame? One good trade, guys. That's all you need sometimes. And this is, it surprised me. I mean, I didn't think it would go this far, but hey, I'll take it. Do I think MO will bleed all day? I have no idea. It looks bad. I mean, there's a 200-day way down here, so 42.69, so it's got room to run still. Again, if you're not familiar with why this is happening, there's a movement afoot to curb the amount of nicotine in cigarettes, and maybe get rid of menthol cigarettes, and it's an and/or. Now, this is not going to happen tomorrow, but that is what is being discussed right now. Yeah, I mean, my bias is short, guys. I mean, the market is, all the indices are down now. My bias is definitely short. FSR, well, there will be a reason. Yeah, the option volume is only 115%. Okay, so it's only trading like 1.1 times normal. So that's why it's not it has to be trading 3 times normal or 300% for it to show up here. So that's one, and it wouldn't even show up in the options magic because I mean these have, the minimum is 150%. All right, now bingo. I know bingo's starting to work for William. Yeah, I'm too late. I should have, just too late on it now. So the other reason with the SNDX guys, look at the daily chart for SNDX. Okay, so yesterday it did take out the 200-day moving average. Wow. So why I'm pointing that out to you is look at the difference between that one and CGA. CGA has been in rip mode. Yeah, it's pulling back today, finally. Okay. But when this could still be really good as a gap down and go. I don't think it'll be as dynamic as the SNDX because when you look at the SNDX, it was already weakening ahead of the press release today. And the press release today, even though on the surface it looked, interesting or good, traders just piling into this thing and shorting it. So there is a difference just because I get an alert. That's what I guess what I'm trying to say is you have to look at the higher time frames, kind of get a sense of what could happen. If you're new to trading, I mean, this is probably all, my goodness, how can I do all this? Well, you know what? Trading isn't easy. It'll take time. It's looking at chart after chart after chart. There's no magic button to push that the magic money-making machine. I wish I could say there was. Yeah, you cannot. Look at Edu now. Wow. Okay, guys, I'm just going to go back to bed. This is what a great short. Awesome, awesome, awesome short for the SNDX. Still going down. I mean, let's take a look here. 1468. I'm trying to see what sort of 1321 is the next low looking left on that weekly chart. 30 times normal volume. I mean, there's another, look at that. 30 times normal volume. That's what that number means, that relative volume. So, I mean, you got like tons of activity on it. It's not a crazy low float, but it's certainly not a high float. 43 million in the float, not a high float. Well, guys, I have to tell you, I wasn't looking forward to this morning. When I looked at the gap ups and the gap downs, I thought, oh man, it's going to be another one of those days. But if you catch one, oh, wow, Jane, you are really stuck. You better do a refresh, okay? IFBD, that was, you are really stuck. You better, if you can hear me, do a refresh, okay? Well, on a, yeah, in automated fashion, it hit the target. It doesn't mean, of course, we have to get out. You know, I always say manage the exits on your own. But yeah, that was these are to me artificial targets, but whatever. I mean, if it is still trading well, you know, why would you get out? What do I expect to see from a stock? Well, it's unusual. It just means that it's just another way, Brian, of looking at a momentum. You know, most will always look at volume. You know, abnormal volume, and that's fine, of course. It's just another way of looking at stocks that are trading unusually. So when you see unusual option volume, you know, it's just another way to zero in on those sort of stocks. And, you know, it does not give me very many. So far, none. Only I think I had 2 yesterday. Wow. Well, guys, I mean, the CGA was awesome also. Turning into now, you know, my favorite strategy, the gap down and go. I'm not in the CGA, but wow. Ooh. My little four-legged trading partner has surprised me. Well, this is just picking up speed. You know, somebody made a good point. There was no issue at all for me getting a short on this. You know, even though it was down over 10% at the time. I have no suggestions. I mean, you're talking about Interactive Brokers. I mean, it's for me. It's been it's been a very, very stable link for me. The only thing I can suggest is, because I can't tell you anything other than what I do. It's, you know, I'm sure you're going to the external linking. You're picking Interactive Brokers live. It must be something on your end, because this is a very, very stable link. It must be something on your end, Fournier, because it's a stable link. It's as stable as you get. So I don't really have any suggestions. Is this just started today, or has this been happening all the time? Well, shameless, I know, but this is one big check mark. If it's just today, well, it's got to be something going on, maybe with your system, your internet connection or something, because, yeah, it is a very stable link. Oh, he's talking about, we're talking about our external linking to Interactive Brokers. Somebody's having a problem with it. Very, very stable link, though. For me, anyway. 4 years now, 4.5 years. Very stable link. All right. So what's the market doing? This was the other China. This is China. No, it's not China stock. Sorry. The other high flyer was CGA yesterday. CRCT. Definitely, my bias is short, guys. Finding tops are short. Look at Bingo now is getting. I didn't get it. I wanted to get it under the excuse me, the 590 break. It might be a little bit late. Excuse me. Meanwhile, Bitcoin is still moving down. GBTC still moving down. Take a look at Mara. Yeah, just hard to trade these. And okay, did that TCAT? I'm gonna get up to 24. Yeah, I mean, you gotta be. So there's a $4 drop just like that. I'm kicking myself now on the lack of the bingo short. I was watching it earlier. It's possible, Oscar. I haven't used the Alpha Scanner for so long, but I mean, it's looking for stocks that are moving, momentum breakout stocks. Yes, it's looking for those sort of. I haven't used the Alpha Scanner in a long, long time though. But that's what it is looking for, stocks that are moving. Wow, 10:25 already. Okay, guys. Well, first. Before I start my first, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room today, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I want to draw your attention to this link here. Okay, I just dropped this test drive link in. So what is the test drive? If you click on it, you're going to see what it's all about. So the test drive starts May the 10th to the 21st. That is 10 trading days, all right? So for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service for those 10 trading days. So please listen carefully, though. If you can't start on the 10th, say you can only, you can't do the full 10, you can start on the 11th, you'll get 9 days, okay? It's not that you'll get 10 days from whenever you start. This is the format from the 10th to the 21st. Okay, and so if you sign up right now, all you're doing is pre-registering. So you're not going to get any data until the 10th. Okay, so all you're doing right now by clicking on this link, the sign up link, is you are pre-registering. And then about a week before, I guess, you'll get some more sign up information. Okay, so that's what you're doing. So we only do this, probably now we're down to twice a year. We used to do it 4 times a year. But we're probably only down to twice a year. So again, for those of you who are interested in trying our service out, this is a good opportunity. Also, if you're a standard subscriber and you want to upgrade for those 2 weeks, you can do so for the $8.99. In other words, you want to upgrade from standard to premium. One other thing, once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't automatically put you into a subscription. We'll have a nice promo code if you do want to take out a subscription, but you don't have to worry about somehow automatically getting into a subscription. Okay? Yeah, tremendous bounce for SNDX, guys. Obviously, I'm out of this now, but a great bounce for SNDX for those of you who played it. So that is the test drive, all right? Bridger, that I don't know. You might want to. We don't have that TTM squeeze, so but I think one of our other traders may have developed something that is similar. So if you send something to info@trade-ideas.com, okay, somebody else might have an idea. I don't personally have anything like that. And just see if one of the other traders has developed something that might be similar using our filters. Okay, so that's the test drive. Just give me a moment here. Okay, now I've just put in, whoops, wrong link, trade of the week. Give me a moment. I'm having to put this link in our YouTube room, so I'm just going to remove that message. Okay, so as I say, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic, and I have a homepage. If you find that, you can just find the homepage tab. And on my homepage, there's a lot of information. There's the link for it. My recommendation is that you save the link because there's a lot of information on my homepage, including how to take out a subscription. So here is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And let me show you what Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the premium annual would be $22.68 a year minus that 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. The AI gave you this. These are the 3 so far from the AI today. So 1656 entry. Of course, it got way down. I don't know, 1320 or whatever. Anyway, great alert from the AI today. I'm going to show you how you can have access to that. You don't have to take out an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. $118 for standard, $228 for premium. You can apply that discount, my promo code, to the first month only. Okay, please listen carefully. First month only. If you decide you want to keep going month to month, which is absolutely fine, then this is what you'll start paying second month plus, okay? It'll go to these two prices. The reason I emphasize that is because we get so many people saying, hey, how come I'm paying, this price in the second month? It's because the promo is only good for the first month. Otherwise, why would anybody take on an annual subscription if we're just going to offer the same discount on a month-to-month basis? Okay? So that is a subscription. All right, more information from my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. I wonder what that one's going to be today. And here is a very popular area of my homepage is all the scans that I share. So here's my layout. You want the layout that you see, you can have it. It's right there. Remember, because it is a layout, you can only have one layout loaded at a time, so make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. Okay, because your layout would be replaced by mine. Now, if you have a layout that you like, depending how long you've been with Trade Ideas, you probably have a layout that you're using. I'm sharing a lot of individual scans, including now, the moving higher with unusual strong options. I still love this one, but, not too many alerts now over the last couple of weeks. So I've been concentrating a little bit more on the gap continuation or reverse. Okay, so here are all the individual scans that I'm sharing. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. The gap up and down shared and the pre-market actives up and down. So I use these 4 in the pre-market. So again, you can kind of pick and choose. You can take a look at them. And that's why I'm saying if you save the link, you can look at these at any time. We have a big education. I have a big education section right here. And I'm going to pop that link on its own. I think the 20 lessons is a really good link if you're just starting out with trade ideas. %. PJ, the best part of the room, the ideas that come out from the people here. Yeah, I always try to emphasize the fact that this is not about my telling you what to buy and sell. I have my ideas, but there are a lot of other great ideas in the room. So if you're new to trading, you can just kind of pay attention, take a look at a chart when somebody says, I kind of like this one. You can look at a chart, start to develop a feel for, okay, I see what that person is looking for. Okay, Jim, the discount code is, if you click on my homepage tab, it's right there, Barry 4 Alpha. Okay, Barry and Alpha in caps, and then a numeric 4. So Barry 4 Alpha, all in caps. So the 20 lessons link that I popped in. If you are new to Trade Ideas, really, really, really recommend that you take a look at this, okay? It won't take you 20 days. All right, so we've got, there we are. So what is a top list? Building a top list, an alert window, creating one. Down here, introduction to the AI, we nicknamed it Holly. Brokerage Plus. So all the basic features are explained. All right. So before you start asking, figure out, well, how do I do anything? What I would do is definitely take a look at these the 20 lessons. Okay, they're easily explained. I think all in text text version. Okay, or text wise. Give me a moment. Okay, daily support session. So you'll hear me talk about a YouTube room. It's the same as this, really. When I say this, I'm talking this. I monitor at the same time. They hear me, see my screen. No point, you don't have to go to it. Because there's a little bit of a delay, I think. But anyway, there's no point in going to it. If you're in this room, stay here. But I do take a break at around noon. So one of the other traders does take over. And I think today is Steve Gomez. He's the originator of the Trades of the Week. So he'll be there. And so what I'll do before I take my break, I'll pop the link in so you can head over there if you want to. Of course, here's the free trading room that you're in. Daily webinars, I think today's is canceled. I'm not 100% sure. But typically Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. Educational videos right here. And back to basics. If you were brand new to trading or you want a little refresher, I mean, this literally starts off with what is a stock, okay? 36 quick videos put on by Michael Noss, one of the individuals who works at Trade Ideas, okay? So I think it's very valuable if you're brand new to trading, really not understand, somebody asked about a trading books, candlesticks, introduction to charts, candlesticks. So this is a great little series, I think. And we have some trading books that we created. Okay, so there is a lot of information on my homepage. So that's why I say save the link so you can take a look at, all the scans, all the education, more at your leisure, as opposed to trying to do it all when the room is open. All right, so now let me talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. Trade Ideas, we're a scanner. That's what we are. We scan the stock market. In essence, we do the Canadian market with some limitations, but obviously we concentrate on the US market. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay? So what is a scan? Well, this is a scan. I put together basic new highs and lows. Very, very simple. That's why I call it basic. So this is the idea behind it. So these are the filters. When you see icons like this, these are the filters. Stocks. So this is for me. Stocks between 1 and 20. This is the powerful filter. The current volume is at least 4. It means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. And I've got a minimum share volume, up or down from the open, etc. These are the filters that I'm using. If a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. So that's why we see these stocks. Okay, they made a new high for the day, they made a new low for the day with the filters. So what we did as a company is instead of making you learn a programming language, we put together what we think are an extensive library of alerts. When you see icons that look like this, these are all the alerts that we have. And then when the icons shift to this, these are the filters that we have. So we feel we have enough alerts and filters that with the right combination, you can create the type of scan that you're looking for. So no programming language to learn. So of course, if you're just starting out though, and you want to, take my layout number 1 or the individual scans, you don't even have to know how I created them. Now, one thing, if you took this scan, for instance, the basic new highs and lows, but you might say to yourself, well, I like it, but I like a different price range, for instance. Well, you just go and you change it. So let's just say you want it between 10 and 60. Just change it. I'm going to click on the summary so you see how it is changed. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. But of course, you can take any one of the scans that I'm sharing and kind of more customize it to maybe your style of trading in terms of a price range. Maybe you have, a minimum volume more than what I've got. Just things like this. Hello, Chloe. So the AI which gave you this, it's part of our premium service. And in order to see it, all you have to do is click on New from our toolbar, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that'll pop up. You will see no alerts until at least 9:35. You happen to get one today at 9:35. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:35, but that's the earliest it will start. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry price, you have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the entry. Okay, but what we do recommend, I know a lot of people want to automate it, don't recommend it. We really recommend that you manage the exits on your own. But I use this like a watch list all day long. Sometimes what happens is, like yesterday with the HAE as an example, see if I can bring that up. So the HAE actually was another short, it was a short opportunity today also, but it was a short opportunity yesterday. I mean, look what happened. I mean, there was the, I think it was at $89. Look what it got down to what, 74 something? So $15. However, it actually got stopped out first before it did this. Okay, so that's why, and there was a re-entry, suggested re-entry that you could have got into. But what I'm saying is that sometimes, yeah, I mean, the AI is not infallible. It may have taken the trade a little bit early, got into the trade a little bit early, giving you a chance, though, to get back into it later on. So that's why, using it as a watch list. For instance, the SNDX. We don't know what's going to happen later on. This looked like it might have topped out. This could give you an opportunity to, reshort it. So using it as a watch list. I hate server sort, Moses. I hate server sort. Okay? Do I have to explain it? I wish I got rid of it. In theory, it's to break ties. I mean, one of the reasons. So let's just say two stocks were down exactly 5%. Okay? Well, if you're in a top list, how are you going to rank one above the other? Or like, where are you going to put it? So if you use the server sort, say on volume, so it would put the one with more volume ahead of the one with the lower volume, as an example. Okay, I don't like it. Well, you can't uncheck it. What I would do is I would leave it on price. Okay, I just leave it on price. This doesn't matter here, but I would leave it on price. Okay, you can't uncheck it. There's no way to uncheck it. I just don't like it. I've never liked the concept of it. Okay, so that's why that's why I never talk about it. All right, let me now talk about this window that you see here that is called Brokerage Plus. And let me just get the Brokerage Plus link in here. Okay, there's the Brokerage Plus link that I put in the room. This is a video, okay? Now, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or now an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. If you want to, you don't have to. I want to make sure I'm very clear on that. Okay, that you don't have to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade. It's an option that's available if you want to use it. Okay, but I don't want to give people the mistaken idea that, man, if I don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, therefore I cannot use Trade Ideas because I'm supposed to be using this Brokerage Plus window. Okay? So I just want to make that really clear. Now, in order for you, if you do have an E-Trade account and you do want to use this, you do have to download our latest beta. Okay, so if you click on my, let's see if I can get there. If I click on my link, if you click on my homepage tab right here, so you get to my homepage, then scroll up and see where it says download software. So click on download software and then keep scrolling down, 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 down until you see this beta. Okay, and you must use the beta. If you do have an E-Trade account, you want to use this. Okay, so why would you want to use this in the first place? A couple of reasons, I suppose. I mean, aesthetically, certainly I have no experience with E-Trade, but, IB's order entry, it's archaic. I mean, it doesn't bother me at all, but, this is more aesthetically pleasing. But it's more than that, of course. If you click on an alert, for instance, and you notice how the symbol shows up right here, you can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the market or what you want to get in at. And of course, the trade will appear here. You can also do things like, and this is when you have to watch that video. Again, you look at WRAP, you think, yeah, I'd like to trade this. Right click, trade, and see this box pops up. So these are all buying and shorting options that you have been able to create ahead of time. You have to watch that video. It shows you how to do it. So this is what we call one-click trading. And you just basically click on how you want to trade it. Okay, that's one-click trading. So if I were in a trade, and I'm going to get into the simulator in a minute here. If I were in a trade, you would see it here. Oh, 1 second, please. So if I were in a trade, you would see the trade here. I could highlight it. If I wanted to get out of the trade, I would just flatten it. Or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double it. Of course, I could use the sell button here and pick how many shares and the price, okay? But these are just hotkeys that you have. Okay, so that is Brokerage Plus, using it with Interactive Brokers or an E-Trade account. Now, the other big reason to use this is as a simulator. Now, should have mentioned this before, that you can only use Broker Plus if you're using our application, okay? If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Now, the other huge reason to use this is as a simulator, paper trader. And now we're going to get into the concept of money management, placing stops, etc. So again, let's just take, now, the way I like to describe this first, so I want to show you that how you can use this as a pullback. So let's just take a look at OBLN or FSR. Let's see. See, look at all these things just really did not. Ah, man, I'm upset with myself on the bingo. Good for you, William, though I know you're not in it anymore. This was an awesome short. Just even didn't have to get it right at the top. Right around here at 590 is where I wanted it, but I just, I lost sight of it. Okay, what I'm trying to do is just find something that makes a little bit of sense on a pullback. Look at the market, guys. Boy, the market's getting thumped again today. Okay, let's take a look at WRAP. So let's just say I did want to trade this, but I don't want to trade it right now. I want to trade it if it pulls back to, say, 513. Okay? So I'll pick how many shares I want to trade. Let's just go 300 shares. I'm going to, in here, in this box here, I'm going to put 518 twice. And I'm going to hit the buy button. And look what happens. Nice big blue line appears on the chart, okay? And so if WRAP moves back down to 518, whatever price, it's hard to see, it's all covered up, 518, it'll take the trade. So I know a lot of you like to trade, maybe on pullbacks. So that is how you could do it. You could also done it the reverse. Let's just say it won't happen today, I'm sure, but let's say it was closer to the 6 area. And I could say, wow, if it ever took out these levels up here, the resistance on top, it might go. So you could also, of course, put the two prices above the current price, click the buy button, and you'd see a big blue line above it. Okay, so that is on a pullback. Now we're going to talk about money management and stops. So the unfortunate aspect of trading is that when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. And so if it's not going to work, your setup might have been really good. Everything might have looked really good. News was good, setup was good, people chattering about it, etc. But not every trade is going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working. And that's what we call a stop. And the stop is figured out, and this is where, only experience is going to come in. That's why, we say you have to start, it's not going to happen overnight, but looking at a chart and maybe where a support area would be. Support area, like a lot of, right, imagine, I'm trying to find, right here, look at the weekly on Levi, okay? Imagine if this were on the daily chart or on the intraday chart, okay? All this, that looks like a decent support area. So if you were in this trade, again, I know it's a weekly chart, but just the concept of looking and seeing a lot of action right at a certain price, so that if the stock went below that price, you should be out of the trade, because that looked like a support area that if it fails, you should be out of the trade. Okay, so that's what we're talking about, and you can only gain that by experience at looking at charts. So let's take a trade, because that's the first concept of, okay, the idea of you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. Let's just see. Oh, the other thing too here on this pullback here, if I don't like this now because I'm looking at the market, the market is starting to really tank, and I know I have this pullback order set right here, but you know what? The market's not in our favor right now. Why would I keep that in? So I could always go to the orders section and right click and cancel it. Okay, just cancel that order because I don't like the way the market's trading. So I just want to cancel the order. Shabby, I don't know what you mean. Can V carry forward sell trade in Bank Nifty? Don't have any idea what you mean there. Okay, so I want to take a trade and want to show you. Okay, let's just say you wanted to take this TIPT. Okay, little gap up. Again, I just want to use this as an example. I'm going to buy 500 shares. I'm going to show you why I took 500. Spread is the spread is okay. It's only 2 cents. So you see, it took the trade at 11.50. Now I'm going to put my stop at 11.30. I say this every day, but just to make the math super easy, okay? And I've added the stop order at 11.30. Add it. You'll see it'll appear right on the chart. So you notice it says minus 97.50, and that's kind of a bit of a rounding error, okay? Because the next concept is this: if you're going to get into a trade, yes, you have to have a stop. But now you also have to figure out, well, okay, if it does not work for me, how much money am I willing to lose on this trade? So if you have a $5,000 account, I guess you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade, are you? So let's just say your account size dictates that, okay, I can risk $100 a trade. So this is why I kept the math like this. Because you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade, some fixed number every trade. How many shares you take will be calculated on the difference between your entry, which is here, 1150, and your stop, which is 1130. That's a 20-cent stop. So you would take 20 cents, divide it into 100, and you get 500 shares. Again, I did all this to make the math easy. Okay, 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. Okay, so that is the concept, okay, of having a stop and having that stop, knowing where that stop is, because you're going to know where your stop is before you take the trade. And again, that will share size you. So, obviously now the trick is, well, because to get really used to all of this, you have to know where, have an idea about where you're going to put your stop. And that it's only going to happen with experience, looking at charts. Now, here's the other concept. So I've got my stop in. You're nodding and saying, yeah, okay, I get it. I used this analogy a couple of days ago with the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other. So you get into the trade and it stops. It starts to move down towards your stop. So the angel is saying, keep that stop in, just keep that stop in. But the devil is saying, you know what? You're so new to trading. Maybe you didn't understand exactly where that stop should have been, because I think this is just a great setup. I've heard great things. And so you start moving your stop down. Okay? You're not obeying that first stop that you put in. I'm sorry I didn't release it well because it should have stayed down there. Okay, but look what happened. It stopped me out. So this is what I was going to say. You keep moving your stop down. The price keeps moving down now to your so-called new stop. The devil keeps saying, no, it's still a good trade. The angel is saying, come on, your $100 loss now is turned into 150. Get out of the trade. And you still are stubborn. You won't believe that this trade can't work. You keep moving your stop down, and now all of a sudden, it's $500, and you say, oh my gosh, I got to get out of this trade. You get out, and the devil is nowhere to be seen now. Okay, he's long gone, and you're out for a $500 loss instead of the $100. So how do you counteract that? You leave your stop in. It takes all the emotion out of trading, all the emotion out. You leave your stop in, and you don't listen to those voices. And so I got stopped out, okay? And this is in the simulator. Now, I can always get back into this trade. Just like I was saying yesterday with that HAE short from the AI, it was early. Got stopped out, but look at this. Then the setup happened again, and look what happened, a $15 drop. So the fact that you got stopped out the first time, it doesn't mean that, all it means is, well, maybe I was a little early on the trade. Maybe the market was starting to work against me. A lot of factors come into play, and it may set up again to allow you to get into the trade again. Okay, so the concept of having a stop is so important. Okay, you'll destroy yourself if you don't. If you don't obey your stops and just get very stubborn, some of them are going to work. I'll guarantee it. What's going to happen is, oh, I'm glad I didn't obey that stop because look, it bounced off and it soared. All right, guys, so that's sort of the end of my spiel here. I want to take another trade to keep in one. So this is a simulator in action, okay? So it took me out of the trade. Now, the other thing is that I had a stop in here, but the same sort of thing. If the market is starting to drift down, I don't have to get out right at my stop. Now, this might sound counter to what I've just been talking about. I could get out earlier. My stop is always the, the stop of last resort. I absolutely do not want to go below that stop price. But if I don't like the way something is trading, I don't like maybe what the market is doing, I can always get out before my stop. So I don't have to, I don't have to lose $100 on this trade as I put it. Maybe I'll only lose 50 because I just don't like the way it's trading. So the question from Ija was, how do you put your stop to always be 100 in auto trading, which I don't like, but okay. But you have to go into you have to have your trading strategy, edit the trading strategy, and then order details. And in position sizing, based on a stop loss, 100. There's your risking. Now, here's the trick. You have to go into risk management, and now you have to figure out which one of these filters you're going to use as your stop, okay? It's difficult, but that's how you do it. I don't get into auto trading at all. If you want to auto trade, you're kind of on your own in that. I don't really believe in it too much. Okay, Ajay, did you get that though? You have to go into that. When you have your strategy that you want to auto trade, edit the trading strategy, go to the order details, and then the position sizing based on the stop loss, $100, whatever you want to put in there. And then in risk management, now you have to figure out a stop. Okay? All right, I want to talk about one other new feature that we've got that is called Strength Alerts, TI Strength Alerts. So this is really geared. Now, before I go into discussion about it, this is all available if you're a current subscriber. You can see these strength alerts by clicking on New from our toolbar, going to the channel bar, and then Strength Alerts. Okay, here they are. If you have our standard or premium subscriber, you have access to these strength alerts. So what are they? Well, if you click on the link, and this is sort of for $17 a month. You basically just read this. You'll have five stocks delivered to you Monday mornings, and it's based on a ranking system, and it's the top 5 based on this ranking system that we've got. And so you'll have them. You can take a look at them. You can trade them the way you feel. There is a bit of a guide on how to trade them. You don't have to follow it exactly, but if you read all this. This will show you. So this is kind of really entry level. This is more geared for people, I think, that cannot spend time looking at a computer, maybe not wanting to learn a program like Trade Ideas. So we kind of spoon feed you five alerts every week, and you take it from there. But if you are a subscriber, those are available from the channel bar, and the layout is the Strength Alerts layout. There's no password for the test drive. Oh, okay. There's a link. Okay. So let me just put the link in. Okay. So Chris, there's the link for the test drive. So you basically just fill out the form and you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing right now. You are pre-registering. Yeah, that Clovis, I'll bet is, or Clover is really weak, yes. Well, you got to sign up for it, yeah. I mean, that's the whole idea. You're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. You're just pre-registering. Sign up here. You're not going to get a password yet. You have to sign up for it, and then just follow the instructions. So you're just, basically you're just pre-registering. It doesn't start till May the 10th. Should all be pretty clear in the sign up, okay? Before the 10th for sure, okay? But I think it's pretty well explained when you sign up what'll happen. Give me a moment here, just doing something on one of my other monitors. Okay, guys, let's see, 11:08. Okay, no sign up sheet. Let me just see what happens. I mean, I haven't clicked on this link. Let's just see what happens. Sign up. Okay, so proceed to checkout. First name, last name, email. I'm not going to do it, but I don't understand. The first name, last name, email. I'm sure it's going to ask for a credit card. So what do you mean there's no sign-up sheet? What does that mean? All you're doing is pre-registering. So maybe I'm not understanding. When you say no sign-up sheet, it takes you to the checkout, okay? But so now you're signed up. You're pre-registering for this. That's what you're doing. You're pre-registering. All right. Let me ask. Anybody else sign up for that? Who's in the room? Anybody sign up with any difficulties? No, maybe it's your browser. It's possible. I mean, some browsers. Look at the CGA, guys. These are two spectacular. Only two of them gap down to reverse. I mean, I'm not in the CGA. It might be your browser then. So, are you saying when you click on it, you're not getting this? Is that what you mean? Like, what's happening? I mean, I may not be able to help you. I may have to send you to accounting. So I'm just trying to figure out when you say you're not getting any of this, it might be your browser. That can happen, I think. Well, guys, my number one focus was, of course, on the SNDX. My number two was Bingo, which and then the other one, the CGA, which I kind of talked myself out of it, thinking I was late though. I was late. I would have wanted to get in up in this area. Boy, it was just a great short though. So three of them were all shorts, BNGO. And look at SNDX. I'm not in it anymore, but could have got back in. Right here on this little breakdown here. I mean, right there, a little bit of consolidation. Starting to fall again. So Chris, if you're still having a problem, I'll have to send you to our homepage. I don't know how I can help you. If when you click on it, and I'm assuming you're brought to this page, if you say when you click on sign up, you're not brought to this, it might be something to do with your browser. That's all I can think of. Wow. Look at CGA, guys. Well, you've heard me say this before. This certainly for about 2 months was my absolute number one scan that I loved. But you know what? We're not getting too many alerts from it. So guess what? What's turning into my number one scan that I love? Gap down and go, because it's working. That's the thing. Some patterns, some things set up, but it doesn't mean they're going to set up forever. Things change in the market. FJN, yeah, a little, boy, yeah, I remember this one. It got slammed down here. Still has, what do we have looking left? So we have 1977 looking left. That's yesterday's high. High before that was 20. So this little area of 20, I mean, if it ever breaks out, I'll stick an alert around 2019. See if it takes that out at some point. Okay, guys, just 1 second. I just have to change headsets. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, of course, it's 4:20, so there's another reason, mate. What's MJ doing? Yeah, nothing. Yeah, guys, I mean, if you don't want to short, you better just sit on your hands. Try to go long in this market almost on anything. I mean, I'm sure there are certain things that are moving higher, but I just don't see a lot of stocks that are the trends I'm seeing are these sort of thing. The trend down. Yeah, no, that's our yes. Charge B is legit. Yes, that's our oh, whatever. I don't know what the term. Not our account. I guess it's sort of our accounting software. So yes, it is legit, 100%. Well, Muds that was really flying for a few days now is taking a header. Also, this is the SPAC that is taking tops public NFT play, but there's very few. I don't know. I know there's activity in our swing trading tab. I have no idea what you guys are doing, what you're finding to swing. Not much, PJ. Okay. I mean, I know when you're in a swing trade. I mean, there's different time horizons. I get it, but boy, oh boy, I'm not much of a swing trader as most people know. Look at NKLA. It hit Zach's target of $10 when he was talking about it, probably up here. Is RFP on my radar for what? RFP, let's see. As a short, it hasn't been. I mean, I've known about this stock, of course, the last 2 days. It had a great day. Trader's Vault channel was removed. Are you in the web-based version? But that's Trade the Gap. The gap in what I now call gap down and go is it, wow, here it is, Trade the Gap. It's here, Kirk. Okay. I don't know what was in there before in the Trader's Vault before, but and it's here. So what are you using? Are you using the web-based version? Because here's Trader's Vault right here. Excuse me, right here too. But if you want, oh, it should be here. Maybe you just didn't expand it enough. Anyway, what you really want is the gap strategy channel. All right, app got halted. Well, I don't know what it says in your sign up. I think you probably get it some kind of an email right before with your password or something like that. But it'll definitely be active, yes. You'll have full. Typically, what we do is about 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours after the market closes on the Friday before, we give you access to the program so you can play around. No, there's no live data, of course, but at least you can play around with the program over the weekend. Okay. But yeah, you'll have absolutely everything. The only thing that you will not be able to do is auto trade the AI in, say, an IB or E-Trade account. We don't recommend it at all, but if you wanted to practice, if you wanted to see how that would work, you could auto trade the AI in the simulator. Okay, if you really wanted to see how that would work. So that's the only limitation. No auto trading the AI if you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. That's the only limitation. So the buy and sell arrows that you're seeing, Lance, those are just previous AI alerts, okay? That's all they are. They're previous AI alerts. So when you see this on a daily chart, okay, that means that sell, that means that was a short of HAE, that was yesterday. Okay, way back here, it was a buy. Whenever that was, you hover over it and the date will show up. That's way back in 2018, okay? So it's not any stock. So if you see a buy or sell button on a daily or a weekly or monthly, like an arrow like this, all that means is it was a previous AI alert. Okay? Did that make sense? Now, intraday, every time you click on an alert, let me see something here. Every time you click on an alert, okay. What this is telling you, this is just a guide, okay? You don't have to follow it, of course, exactly, but it's just a bit of a guide. You'll see there's something that says Smart Stop, and it might be hard to see, and then Profit Target. What that means is when you clicked on the alert at 266, they're suggesting that, okay, if you were going long this stock at 266, your stop should be down here at 251. Okay? And then the profit target is just double whatever the stop, the difference between the entry and the stop is. That's why it says minus 15, I believe is because it's using 100 shares and 30 up here. Okay? And you can adjust that, these numbers. But the main idea is that there is a suggested stop area. In retrospect, yes. It's just showing you previous AI alerts. What happened? Here's NNDM. It's on a monthly chart. So, way back here, this month, there was a 276 buy or a 276 entry. No, if you had really held it, it went up to $20. Took a few months. But it's all it's doing. And in fact, it had a couple of more buys. So it's kind of sharing, okay, after that buy or shorting alert, what did it do afterwards over the next while? It's not, okay, so Ed, it's not, I didn't know that the gap was in the Traderz wallet, but all you have to do is I don't know why I can't find it immediately. I'm sure it's called Trade the Gap. Trade the Gap. There it is. Okay, so that's what you want. So it's not in the Traderz vault. Somebody said they couldn't find it in the Traderz vault. I didn't know it was there in the Traderz vault, but it doesn't really matter. Trade the Gap is a channel on its own. Okay, and expanding the window shouldn't affect anything. Okay, so do you see that, Ed? See what I'm looking at? Trade the Gap, that's what you want. Or, if you don't want to load a channel, because in essence, all it is this. It's just my one window. So instead of having to load a whole channel to see it, you could just have this window, gap continuation and reverse. And that's available from my homepage. So again, that's available from my homepage. Just click on my, on my link there. We get rid of these things. Okay. So click on my homepage link. And then again, in this section here, the scan section, click here and gap continuation or reverse. So you don't have to load the channel. This is in essence what you're looking for. You might have some of my filters in place, but you know, I think in essence that's what you'd be looking for. Well, I don't know how to answer that question exactly, Malachi, or Malachi, sorry, Malachi. Sorry. I mean, this is what the AI shows you. Whether you want to scalp it, I mean, I can't tell you how you're going to trade this, but this is what the AI shows you today as an example. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you want to trade it will be up to you. So when you say, does it include AI for day scalping? I don't know how to answer that question exactly. And I don't, you know, your idea of a scalp might be completely different from mine. Some people think that just intraday trading is scalping. Okay? Some people might say, well, you know, I want to take a whole bunch of shares and try to make a nickel. That's their scalp. So how you trade it is, you know, up to you. I mean, all these scans that I have here, in theory, I guess you could scalp them, but it all depends. These are all geared more for day trading. But it doesn't mean, you know, if you look at, if you had something, I'm just trying to see if there's anything that makes a little bit of sense here. And as luck would have it, nothing really makes that sense. Well, so there's a stop, and how you're going to trade the exit is really up to you. Notice here that the AI got out of the SNDX at 1396 because a target was hit. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so a target was hit right here, but look what it did. After that, it got all the way down to 1318. Now, would you have got out at 1396 when it was still moving down? I don't think so. Not certainly not the way I trade. Okay, so you know, the target, what happens is this came from an AI strategy, and all the AI strategies, you know, they're optimized. So they have certain hold times, they have certain targets, they all have a stop, of course. And so they're optimized around those numbers, and so the overall strategy is optimized like that. But on an individual stock basis, I mean, why would you get out of a trade that is still working well just because a target is hit. Okay, does that make sense? Exactly. Yeah, coin is a, I don't want to say disaster, but certainly has not lived up to the hype, shall we say. The first day it did, kind of up to 430. But it's a pretty dreary market, guys. It's a pretty, that's all I can say. It's a pretty dreary looking market right now. You know, look at the SPY now. I mean, you know, we're starting to get to some interesting test levels here. There's an interesting level right here, that 410. Of course, the magic 400 would be really interesting if it ever got all the way down there. Not today, but, you know, if it kept drifting down, down, down. Yeah, so depends on what sort of a trader you are, Malachi. If you're brand new, so if you click on my homepage and go to that education section, so you know, if you're brand new to trade ideas, I would, you know, almost make it mandatory. You take a look at the 20 lessons in 20 days. Okay, it won't take you 20 days, but you know, just getting you accustomed to like what is a top list, what is an alert window, creating them, you know, what is the AI, you know, down here, back testing if you have our premium service, price alerts, you know, so all the basic features are explained here of trade ideas. Then, so what you're talking about now, education. So a lot of education videos here, you know, and I think they're all labeled, so you know you can take a look at what might interest you. And this is a real primer, back to basics series, 36 videos, very short, but like a real primer, like what is a stock, intro to charts, candlesticks, etc. So you know, I don't know if you've been trading for a while or you just need a, you know, so I don't know anything about you, of course, in that regard. So that's what I would recommend doing, though, taking a look at that. First year, okay. So, I mean, you might want to even just, I mean, the back to basics is pretty cool. I mean, you may not have to start off with what is a stock, but, you know, but candlestick patterns and support resistance, things like that. Well, when you say need help with alerts, now we don't teach trading, okay, in that regard. We're not teaching trading. There are, so it's not going to say, okay, if you see this pattern, you should take this trade, or you know, I mean that's what, you know, we're teaching. Most of those educational videos are about, you know, learning how to use our program. But if you need help with alerts, in other words, if you said, you know, this is the sort of setup that I'd like, you know, we can help you with that. I'm not 100% sure. So when you say integrate, see, we have an external linking tool, and all it is a big time saver. So when you click on an alert, if we can establish a link, and I'm not 100% sure with CMEG, if we can establish a link, it's just a time saver. So it just loads into your order entry. So you don't have to, you know, type symbols all day long into your order entry. That's all the linking does. Okay. So I'm not 100% sure on CMEG. Let me just quickly ask. But if you can't, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Depends Depends how many symbols you are going to be clicking on all day long. You know, obviously I'm using, you know, I'm clicking on a lot of symbols all day long because of what I do. But I mean, if I only were looking at 20 symbols for the whole day, it'd be nice if it would just load automatically, but you know, I have to type it in. It's not the end of the world. The other thing you can do is go to our homepage. I've asked the question, but you might want to just head to the homepage and you can ask the question also. You'll see something that says start live chat, something to that effect, okay? Sorry, right here. There's the homepage link, sorry. Yeah, that is a scary chart, guys. I mean, you know, we were down a little bit, but I mean, it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So straight down an hour and 15 minutes now. The other one that did not hold its gap whatsoever is FSR. Another one, EDU, earnings play. Still mildly positive. I'll bet you TAL is doing exactly the same thing. Yep, and it's not an earnings play, but it usually trades the same as EDU, a couple of China education stocks. Look at this market. Wow. If you don't want to short, guys, well, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I mean, you might try to play some bounce plays, but you know the odds are not in your favor with the market doing this. You might get a little minor bounce in certain things, but you know you certainly I don't think you'll get a sustained bounce. Anybody take that bingo short that I talked about that I didn't get? Man. It must be yours. Unless everybody is saying the same thing, Lance, it must be on your end. Unless everybody is saying that the audio drops in mid-sentence. I mean, there are times where I get distracted. I may stop, but I mean, and I don't talk all the time, as you know. But if it's literally cutting, yeah. So maybe just do a refresh. Yeah, I'm just getting some comments that there's no issues with most people. 11:41. So I just want to make sure. I'm pretty sure it's Steve who will be in the YouTube room, taking over for me just around noon. Just want to make sure. So even this one, the gap up and reverse on the edu. I don't know when it first was alerted. I mean, look, way back here. So at 1594, let me just see if it's earlier. No. Remember early on, space was a gap down and reverse. My guess is that that didn't last too long. It be him. Okay, so it is Steve. Okay, so I'm going to put the link in for the YouTube room right now. If you want to head over there at just as I take my break just before noon here. Okay, I'll just put the link in. All right, guys, so this is sort of interesting now for the CGA, especially if the market, finally stops moving down, maybe puts a little bounce. Look at CGA. What a base now on the 2 minute, the 5 minute, not so much in the 15, of course, but look at the 5 minute, look at the base here. So we know this is not going to stay here. In fact, there's a little pop. Now the issue would be here, 13, around 13 is some pretty good resistance maybe. But it's starting to move off this base here. Okay. Just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I haven't even looked at my watch list down. I'm sure there's some pretty interesting ones. Wow, the tattooed chef is still getting tattooed. Look at this. I mean, this was a big down day yesterday, but even worse today. Worse than that, look at straight down. I mean, a little bit of a base here on the 15-minute chart for TTCF. Little bit of a base. Since then, basically straight down. TTCF. Wow. I mean, what's the all-time low? Is that, well, down here, right? 14 or so, 1405 or so. This was really, really hyped. You know, this was a SPAC, of course, merged with this Tattoo Chef. This was really hyped for a while. I mean, it did well, got up to 27. I can't remember what the SPAC was, but you know what moved that I completely lost sight of? Oh no, it didn't really move. Okay, I thought this was at 3. This is the double X double I taking advantage of these potential way down the road regulations about nicotine levels in cigarettes, and maybe also getting rid of menthol cigarettes. So they took this had a pop because of that. But for some reason, I thought it was at 3, and now it was at 384, but I'm wrong. You know what? I don't see one strong stock. I don't see too many now with these filters in place. In fact, it just disappeared. Now that's based on the filters that I've got. The stock has to be within 10% of either the high or the low of the day. So for it to show up there, I have not one in there. And of course, nothing with the options, which makes a little bit of sense. You know, the market is so drifting down. Possibly. Look at the bottoming tails. Look at that big bottoming tail down here. Possibly. For a real bounce, it would have to, we really have to take out that high there, I think. So when you ask the question, what happened to SNDX? Now, they had a press release this morning, and, the news, even though it shows remission in leukemia patients, I mean, the headline looked good, but, I didn't dive into it. But obviously, the initial reaction to that headline, yeah, it popped up. But I guess, again, I don't know enough about what they're trying to do. And so other people may have looked at that and go, okay, yeah, remissions are up, but, and it must be a huge but. Maybe not enough, maybe the dose is too high. I don't know, I didn't really look. But that's the reaction to the press release. And coming into maybe a support area. It's tried. Look at that. Got down to 13. I do, Jason, I do. So if you know how to get to my page? If not, I'll just put the link in here and just go to the scan section. Okay, yeah, so just go to, and it's called gap continue, yeah, it's called gap continuation or reverse. Gap continuation or reverse. It'll look just like this. Well, I'm loving this. For shorts, guys, not so much on the long side at all. Not in this market. I'm loving it. Unfortunately, no auto like this. You have to sign up. Oh, you know what, guys? I'm going to have to dash out here. Just give me a moment, guys. I have to take off. I hear the gardeners, and I have to do something. But I can't leave until Steve takes over in the YouTube room. Come on, Steve, where are you? Yeah, short-lived bounce, guys. Looking at the SPY right here, very short-lived bounce. Oh, I'm fine. I had a great short on the SNDX. It was an awesome short, so I'm fine. One trade. Could have had the bingo. I just didn't see it. Well, I saw it, but I got distracted, unfortunately. The BNGO. And even the CGA from my gap down and continue down. Come on, Steve. I got to get out of here. And I can't leave until he shows up in the YouTube room. All right, guys. So this other one, TIPT, what it showed up. This is a gap, but this is a gap up and reverse. I'm not as wild about the gap up and reverses, though. In this market, that might be good. I'm definitely more wild about the gap down and go. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. I've got to get out of here, and I can't leave until he shows up in the YouTube room. Yeah, again, guys, with the bounces, I'm not saying there are no bounces available. I mean, this is a little bounce. I just think you need the market more on your side for a sustained bounce. I'm not, I don't know what you're looking for in something like a bounce for CLOV, but, the market is not bouncing. So, bounces will always work better if you get a little bit of the market on your side. Okay, thank you, Steve. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. I'll stop the stream now.
Hello everybody, welcome to my desktop. Looks like I did it. Let me make sure my audio is working. Yep, I'll mute myself over there. All right, hello. Welcome to the Tuesday edition. Let's get my pen rolling. I was away from the markets for a few days, took Friday and Monday off, but I'm back in the seat, getting the feel for what's going on out there, and I certainly do have some thoughts. So I guess we could probably just get right into that. I was telling some of my other friends earlier that my first observation is that the Russell 2000 is down 2.25%, even worse earlier. And if you want to look at charts and understand some of those crazy names they give things like Head and Shoulders, well, it's not just a dandruff shampoo, although you could say the Russell 2000 has got some dandruff here. It's essentially kind of a trend reversal. If it works out, I'm not saying it's going to be the case, but it certainly feels like it for many, many, many reasons. And we're all kind of on the same page over here as far as the traders at TI. But you get essentially a higher high, which is the head off of this right shoulder, and then a lower high. And so head, shoulder, shoulder. And those can be very significant, especially in the rear view mirror. But if you can identify those in real time and try and plan accordingly, it can certainly help. And somebody asked me, well, what's the significance of that? Well, IWM certainly hasn't been a leader. The leader was really passed back between the Nasdaq and the S&P 500, kind of back and forth. Currently, the S&P 500 has been our leader. You could probably even make a case for the Dow. Whereas the IWM, the small caps, the Russell 2000, have always kind of lagged behind. They've had their moments. And we had a real fun, fourth quarter. These things were popping like crazy, the small caps in October, November, December. And then it's just kind of been more and more progressively difficult each month here in the 21 year. And so when the small caps throw in the towel, it's usually time to pay attention because a lot of retail people play the small caps, that's for sure. But I've seen the timing of it, and sometimes the small caps can be the first to break. And let's face it, I think we talked about it last week and many weeks that this market has been kind of a conundrum. We see the indexes move higher, and all the traders here kind of say, well, that's great that the NASDAQ's up 1.5%, but why is my portfolio down 3% on my swings? It's just another day of kind of a foot in the butt when you look at the bigger picture. So it's been like, I don't know, maybe there's even some giant computer algorithms out there that are just really wringing out the rotation from one sector to another, to another, to another. And it just seems like we're up in thin air here and we're kind of running out of sectors to run into in safe havens. There's just not very many safe places. It looks like today, gold miners are doing the best. I kind of thought about what I mentioned that in my last Tuesday webinar. Which, by the way, there will be no Tuesday afternoon webinar today. We've got a fun Trade Ideas event here in San Diego that we're very much looking forward to doing because we have not been able to do those for over a year, as you can guess. So there will be no afternoon session today. If you're tuning in, make that your public service announcement. But let's, look back at the SPY again. This has been the leader. The first thing I'm going to look at here today is to see if the S&P can close above. If this market's going to continue to do what it's been doing, then this red candle will probably shrink back up and pop and close above the 10-day moving average. And if it doesn't, it's going to close below the 10-day. And if that's the case, well, then all of a sudden, the first thing I'm looking for is this area. That's the backstop, the 20-day moving average. So if you're new to my desktop, I really only use a few indicators. I use the 10, the 20, the 50, and there is a 200-day on there as well on the moving averages, and that's it. I've discovered over the years, many, many years of trading, that these simple indicators seem to provide the best correlations that I've seen. Some people like to get technical with VWAPs and 9 EMAs, and I just keep it simple moving average, and the price seems to do interesting things when it gets to those levels. On my intraday, to continue on my thought here, I use a daily with those moving averages, and I only use a 15-minute chart. This is the perspective I want to look at. Now I'm seeing something very interesting here. I've got the 10 SMA, which I talk religiously about in many forums on the 15-minute candles, which will usually gauge momentum when the price is moving, like it's moving down here at the moment. But you also see this blue line, and I've talked about this before. This is a 5-day moving average, but it's smoothed out over 130 candles. So if you divide 130 by 5 days, you're going to get this particular moving average. And you can see there is some correlation going on there. So yesterday, the SPYs gapped down, sold off, and they found support midday at the 5-day moving average, and then again at the end of the day. Well, we open up today, and all of a sudden we can't get above this moving average, and now we're on the other side of it. So I do look at that moving average a lot as well to kind of give me a flavor for the health of the short-term move in many things. So those are the indicators that I use. I've just found that it's a good correlation over the years. I've seen a lot of really nice price areas of interest when they get there. Lastly, let's look at the NASDAQ. I'm just going to say it. I did get a little bit short today. I purchased some SQQs. This is a ETF, and I purchased these right about here as they broke out of yesterday. And so if the NASDAQ continues to get weak, this is a double or a triple, I can't remember. Ultra, so it's triple. Okay, so the SQQs are up 2.6%, and the NASDAQ is down 0.8. There you go. So SQQ is going to move 3 times what the NASDAQ does on the inverse scale. So I am now putting some money at risk in the SQQs because I feel like everything I'm seeing out there, all the things I've been talking about for the last few minutes, including the rotation, just seems to be running out of steam, and things that used to work just don't work. And we're all kind of scratching our heads over here. So if you feel the same, it's not just you. It's just the nature of the business. And that is when things can get a little dicey. And To me, it seemed like SQQ, if I want to risk the low of 1050 down there, it's not a big risk. I'll risk it to the bottom of that low. And in the bigger picture, um, it could get interesting. So the point is, I'm not bullish, guys. I'm not bullish at all, quite honestly. And I don't know what's holding this market up as well. So we'll see. A couple of other interesting highlights. This is the UUP. It's a ETF of the dollar. You can see we had a nice attempt to bounce the dollar last month, but early in the month, but we've rolled back over, and a big gap coming out of the weekend. And this dollar index ETF can't find its way back into the gap. So this is why gold miners are strong today. It's definitely the reason why these are the ones that are holding up the market. Oh, I also mentioned to some friends earlier that I bought some FSM. You can see the buy tag right there. It's underwater at the moment, but it's a swing trade, and I'm just looking for it to dig in and hold above these key moving averages here. And hopefully in the next day or two, we'll see something like that. Okay, so those are kind of the opening remarks. Let's see if there's something you guys want to talk about. Okay. Market tank because I took a vacation, Jim. Yeah. All my long positions just never seem to go up. So I just cleared the decks and went out to some expansive airspace out in southern Utah and visited my dad. Okay, so glad you're addressing this, Steve, IWM. Yes, Ed, if you need any more clarification, let me know. We'll keep an eye on that. Hello, Mike C. All right, let's do another thing I wanted to notice here. Actually, this one just snuck in here, a long trade. But before I took the air, we had 4 shorts. And so I often tell people, the AI is just an idea of entry points. But more importantly, when you see just a bias of directional shorts, the AI is not seeing an edge in going long today until the last 5 minutes. This LCI. We'll see what's going on. But what I like to do is to go through and draw how I would manage these AI trades. And again, these are going to be the shorts. So there's the entry right there. That's the blue line. There's the suggested stop. But immediately you can see this trade idea short was in the money. But I have always said this really isn't the stop that you want to use. The value of the AI is in the entry ideas. Once you're in the trade, you as a human are a better risk manager and a better manager of the trade. And so if we use my 10 SMA that I talk religiously about, this is our guide to tell us, is the momentum to the downside going to stay? If it is, we're going to drop to new lows. So at the moment, there's absolutely no reason to get out of this short. As a matter of fact, it looks like it actually hit the target, the AI target. So let's bring up that point. Do you want to get out with the AI because the AI said this was a good target when the trade went off? Well, we have all this new data now, and we're seeing that our momentum indicator here is getting ready to force the issue. So this is where you want to decide, well, you don't want to decide. You want to wait to see if there can be a candle that closes back above this moving average. That's your cue to get out. Now, definitely taking half profits right here is a great idea, and then letting the other half work and see if the 10 SMA will give us any clear indication as to whether or not to stay in this trade. Because I'll tell you, if you got out here because you're afraid of losing the profit that you're in, and then an hour later you look over there and this thing's dropped another half a point, you're going to be upset that you didn't wait for confirmation. So that's why I try to just wait for the closing candle to tell me, do I stay in or do I stay out using this 15-minute chart. So that one is one that is working. And again, the bias is certainly short today in the AI. It's not looking to go long, it looks like. All right, here's our next one. The entry of this AI short is that blue line. The suggested stop was right there. But once we're in the trade, we see this moving average coming down to hold the price down. This really should be our stop. And so at the moment, looks like it actually did hit the target. So this could be a place in which you take half off the table and then wait and see how this resolves later in the day. See if this moving average can force the price lower. We look over to the daily chart now and we see, big support there on that 20-day moving average. If it gets below it, it could fall down to these levels. What's the next one on here? The AI. AI short. Is that right? Oh, it went long yesterday and short today. That's very interesting. Okay, here's a good example of right now we are battling. The shorts are battling. There's the entry. Forget this stop up here. We want to see if this candle is going to turn around and close above that moving average. We'd probably get out for a flat if we were lucky right there. But no way would you let this thing bounce up to that original suggested stop. Let's look at the long here that just came in. Okay, so there's a long. There's our entry point right there. The suggested stop, I'm going to suggest you don't pay attention to. The suggested stop is going to be the rising 10-period moving average. And if we close below that, then that's when you get out. So at the moment, it looks like it's trying to help feed the price higher. Let's see if there's one more. Okay, this one's interesting. This one was shorted above the moving average. Okay, so it's a short. And then this was the moment that it reclaimed. There's the closing candle right there. The closing candle to show you that the 10 SMA is not going to hold that gap. And we've been under it, and now we get under it, and we can't get back above it. So good reason to probably stay in something like this, because that moving average is going to hold the price down. So you can see I just try to keep this stuff as simple as possible. If you've got a method where you have to have 7 planets lining up in retrograde before you pull the trigger, it's not going to work. You just really want to try and simplify things and make them as binary as possible. And that's my binary rule. Does the candle close above or below that moving average on the intraday time frame? And when I'm swing trading, I use that method because I'm starting to feel like, okay, we're in the money here now. I got to take some profits before I lose them. But I don't want to get out too soon, so I use that method. And if the price, is up in the morning and then midday it closes a candle under my 10 SMA, that's when I take my swing trade profits if I've been sitting in them for a couple days and ready to go. All right, Razak, which ETF would you use to short the SPY? Okay, there's 2 of them. There's SDS. This is probably the more tame of the 2. Let's take a look. SDS is up 1.5% roughly. So I'm going to guess SPY is down 0.75. And there it is. It's down 0.7. So SDS is a double. SPSX, I believe. What is it? SPSX. Is that right? What's that? I can't think of it now. Let me see what this was. SPXS. You can see it's up there on that position. SPXS, dyslexic. Okay, so this is going to be our triple, it looks like. You see that? There it is. So it just depends, Razak, how daring you want to be. If you want leverage, you would buy the SPXS because you're going to get 3 times the movement. But remember, 3 times the fun can also be 3 times as scary when you're wrong. So it cuts both ways. If you just want to maybe put your foot in the water and kind of, see how it goes, SDSs are probably the best bang for your buck because they're going to just be a double. And when you're right, you'll get paid handsomely, and it still gives you enough time to, manage the risk and get out if you need to. All right, I see LTNC coming through lows, and I suspect some people in here might want to hear my thoughts on this one. And so this one's pretty cut and dry. We have buyers at the 50-day, and we have sellers at the 10 and 20. The 10 and the 20 are actually crossing as of this morning or yesterday. So this is your range. For those of you who are watching LTNC, this is your range. And it's really no more complicated than that. You just got to hope that the buyers continue to show back up and support that blue line. But the real quest is going to be to get these prices back above the declining 10 SMA, and then that will tell you that the buyers are back in control. So right now it's neutral. It's just bouncing back and forth. And again, this is why I use those moving averages. You really can't get much cleaner than these areas of interest when they get there. So now we're just kind of in no man's land on that chart. So I suspect somebody was going to ask me on that, so I thought I would get there first. Yes, thank you, Barn. I didn't see you type that in there. Okay, so yeah, Jason, the indicators I use, and just perfect example here, the 50 in blue, the 20 in red, and it's kind of a dark green there for my momentum, which is the 10 SMA. You can see the 20 down here below. I don't use any stochastics or any oscillators. Occasionally, I might look at the market and what was it? Maybe it's the NASDAQ that would have been better. Occasionally, I might look at the Qs and pull back and say, okay, let's just put the indicator in there. I would look at an RSI at times, which is relative strength, and it shows us something. Yeah, actually, it doesn't this time. So I'm not even going to go there. Sometimes the RSI can show you when the stock makes a new high, it does it on a lower high in the RSI, and that's kind of a warning sign, but we're not really seeing that here. So I'm going to turn that off. So I don't really use anything other than those moving averages. I do have one more thing I look at, and it's always a secondary, and this is why I have a second chart over here. This is a clean chart. And let's say we took this anchor, it's called anchored VWAP. And I'm going to click that anchor, and everybody that bought on this hysterical low day right here, I'm going to anchor. And it draws a value weighted average price. And it tells me something. It tells me that we are very much ahead of our VWAP based off this low, the anchor. And my friend Brian Shannon at Alpha Trends taught me this, and it has some interesting correlations at times. But it takes into consideration, again, the volume. And so when we look, we can see why it would be so low. The volume back here, when we started drawing that heavy volume weighted, but as we've moved higher, the volume has died off. So that's why that volume weighted average off of this low in purple has so much space in between the current price. That would bother me a little bit. I mean, it almost seems like the price is going to want to have a future date again with that VWAP, and being up here and being long and strong might not be beneficial for that. So those are really the only indicators I use. And then I mentioned earlier ago, again, the blue line here is taking 15-minute candles and averaging them by 130. 130. So when you do that on a 15-minute chart, you're getting a smoothed out 5-day moving average. And again, you can see some areas of interest here. It broke. Tried to get above, couldn't get above today, couldn't even really get close to it. So now we're kind of on the other side. And now what I'm looking at as we come into play here is this bounce in the NASDAQ. The bounce in the NASDAQ is coming right here to an area of interest. What's going to happen? If I was looking to get short something, maybe this is where you establish a short. If I had bought the low and picked up, tried to catch a knife and bought that low, I'd probably be selling half right here because it's an area of interest. Either way, it might keep going or it might roll over, but these are decision points that I call them. Yes, the moving averages are on the daily and also the 15-minute chart, and those are really the only ones I use. All right, Elena, could you, look at the Peloton chart? Is there any chance it survive? It's beneath. Okay, the Peloton chart in my mind, I remember bounced beautifully off. I think, let's just take a look. Yeah, it was the 200-day it was really having a problem with. So I know that there's the stories out there of the toddlers not faring well against their treadmill. That's not good. Maybe that's the story that's being confirmed here. The chart has to confirm the story. And if the chart is confirming the story that Peloton is still the greatest thing and everybody's buying them, I would probably like to see the price back above that 50-day moving average. But it seems like the chart or the price action might be a little bit more concerned about that recall issue than people realize, because this 200-day moving average, and this is again the fourth of the moving averages I use, 10, 20, 50, and 200. Area of interest here for sure. For sure. Got a little sloppy down here, but now we've got 1-2 days of closing prices below this 200-day, and we can see that the 50 certainly had something to say about it up here. So that's not good. I would say currently my thought is you've got to be very defensive on this chart right now. Very defensive. What you need is you need to get back up into the mix. Now this thing has had a phenomenal move And you just start to think of all the people. Well, let's play with the anchored VWAP, because that's the tool. It's to measure how the masses feel. All right, so everybody that bought this low down here, let's see if they're underwater or not. We'll grab our anchor and we'll assign it to that candle. Interesting. So you can see that everybody that bought this day down here, based on volume and price moving together, they were happy that the VWAP was supportive here, but now we're back trading below it again. So another reason for a bit of concern on that one. All right. See some good questions coming in. Why do I prefer SMA? I make a joke, literally, that I prefer to keep it simple. And that's half true, half joking, half true. To me, the EMAs, I mean, you're trying to just, get a little tricky with it. As VWAP, you're getting tricky with VWAP. But I've just noticed, I'll tell you what, a 9 EMA and a 10 SMA, or an 8 EMA and a 10 SMA, they're pretty close. They're close enough. But I've always just used the 10. It's old habits die hard. And I've just found really strong correlations, especially in the intraday, on the 15-minute chart. It doesn't work on a 5-minute chart, by the way. If somebody wanted to ask me, do these 15-minute, do these 10 SMAs work well on a 5-minute chart? I haven't seen it. It works much better to me on a 15-minute. And I prefer the 15 because I'm not a scalper. I'm somebody who wants to sit back and let things unfold. And most of my entries and exits can occur, or let's just put it this way, most of my risk management and my pairing and weeding of the bad trades and keeping of the goods, those come at a decision point, literally 10 to 5 minutes before the closing bell each day, because I want to see how the daily candle is going to close. Simple as that. So yeah, Elena, hopefully that helps. I don't trust Peloton right now. I just don't trust it. When is their earnings? May 6th. Okay, coming up. No, I don't want to download that. I want to close it. All right, I think we're caught up with questions. I've gone through the AI trade by trade. I've gone through the bigger indexes. Let's see how the Qs are holding up. Okay, so there's still, this is where the battle is ensuing right here. And this is what I watch all day long. If the market is going to sell off, then I would expect that level to hold. And we could see that later today. But again, if you missed it, I'm really not bullish at all. I'm just not bullish. Nothing's working. All the guys are kind of saying the same thing around here, so it's kind of the same thought process. Why do people start texting me crazily when I do these? Dun, dun, dun. All right, guys, if you got any questions, we still got a half an hour or so. All right, do you use different time frame to compare where the price currently is? Example, daily, weekly, monthly. I will occasionally do that. Yeah, I will. I'm mostly daily. If I can't see on a daily by just kind of going out like that, that's kind of my time frame. But occasionally, I will go and look at what things look like on the weekly. But it's a secondary check down. I would give you that. But no, there's certainly no reason not to keep an eye on what the daily and what the weeklies and what the monthlies are doing, because you might see something that's not in the time frame that you need to know about, and that does happen a lot. Can you give us the link for the trade of the week? Yeah, let me bring up. I've got that on a clipboard, I believe. Let me grab that. There it is. I think. Oh, there's the new one. I'm sorry. We'll talk about that one too in a second here. We've been having a lot of problems with our emails going to people's spam too, so you got to check your spam folder if you don't get one of these, but that's the sign up link right there. So this week's trade of the week, and as I mentioned, nothing has been working on the small cap side. You know, we were focused on a lot of stocks under $25 coming through October, November, December, and had some great ones, but then they started to fizzle out and didn't work as well. And so the last few weeks we've talked about how it's the big caps, the big guys have been the ones that have been just continuing to move higher. And so trade of the week technically has not triggered. That blue line, there it is, did not trigger on Monday. Yesterday it was basically the highs of Friday. So Cisco is a giant tech stock and has not been able to take out, and I'm totally fine with that, guys. I would rather see it pull back first, maybe dig in, fill that gap, and then if it wants to move higher, assuming the markets are going to hold up, then blast through. That's fine by me, but it's still holding up technically there pretty well. But some of the other ones that we tried to focus on, again, going back to the IWM, they've just been, this last month has been very difficult. There's just nowhere to go. All right, let's check in on our cues. Oh, that was IWM. Notice that. I caught that out of the corner of my eye. What we've been talking about. IWM was down, I think, 3% maybe down here. Had a nice bounce, and look at where the price has been caught up. So let's see how this resolves. Again, if you were somebody who was looking to get short the IWM, which I tell you what, let's just check the, take a look at this. TZA could be a fun one. TZA is the inverse of IWM, and what we have is an inverse head and shoulders situation. This is probably one of the strongest types of bases over the course of a few months in time you can look at. If I really wanted to get aggressive on the short side, I'd be buying TZA right here. Look at that, right off the moving average. I'd get my triple leverage, because look at this thing is up 6% when IWM is down 2%. So tons of leverage in TZA. You know, I know people don't like to short because newer traders, I should say, don't like to short. It's kind of a daunting proposition because everything you've been reading goes from left to right, you know, up as it goes to the right. That's what you want it to do. You want it to go up. But turning your brain upside down and trying to make sense of price action on the short side can be tricky. But when you have these inverse ETFs, it's just like buying a strong stock on a pullback, but you're participating in market weakness. And look at that. Now we have a second candle that's been drawn. So for the moment, this is why I use the 10 SMA, guys. This is a extremely important area of interest. And if you want to make your decisions or make your bets or lean on that as a long, sometimes you get it and you have virtually no pain and it can work for you. So that's why I use them. All right, for Raza, can you look at METX? METX. Looking feeble. It's looking very feeble, and it's looking like it wants to come and test this low. It's below all of its key moving averages. I mean, if you're somebody who wants to get long this thing, what I would wait for is to see if it runs the stops down here and bounces back up and then closes with a long tail. Those are usually the spots to take a chance on something like this. But currently, it looks very much under pressure. And hey, look at that. The stock bounced midday, and where did the sellers grab control again? The 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. It just starts to become amazing how often you see it. Okay, KR, can you look into, say I want to keep an eye on the 20 favorite stocks without putting a price alerts on it? How do I know which stock is making moves relatively? Well, when you use the word relative, there's really not much that Trade Ideas can do for you relative to something else. It's just going to give you real-time alerts as to what's happening in the now. And if you don't want to set price alerts, then the only other suggestion I would have for you would be like, what I've done here, this high-low ticker. It's nothing more. You can see I want to see the SQQs go to high. I'm not in ride. LTNC is going to lows. But essentially, you could, if you know the 20 stocks you want to watch, okay, if you know the 20 stocks you want to watch, you create a symbol list like I've done, and then you point the symbol list in the symbol list tab towards the scanner. And all I have is new high, new low. There's zero filters. We want to see every new high and every new low of only the symbols in that list. So if you need help creating a symbols list, all you really do is you go up to the toolbar and symbol list, create a new list, give that window a name, and then you can see, like, 401k, got stocks in there, which most of them aren't even in there anymore, but that's the list I was pointing towards. My sector list is this one. We've got 32 ETFs, and I use that in a top list. So there's no new high, no new low. It's just a top list sorted by change from the close. And that's why I showed you earlier that the gold miners are the darlings of the day, which in itself is another very weak backdrop for the bigger markets. Let's check on our NASDAQ and see if the sellers, look at that, the sellers are not allowing the price to bounce above this declining 10 SMA. So for some of you out there who have trade ideas, and if I've sold you on this time frame, I'm going to give you this setting. I can give you the setting of that chart by just saving it to cloud, and I'll share that link. So I'll put it in the chat window, my 15-minute chart. There you go. All right, so hope that helps, KR. Sam has a filter question. Which filter should I add to see a bounce after X red candles? Okay, so first thing, Sam, is what's your time frame? I'm going to assume 5 minutes. Consecutive candles is the filter you would want. So you would want, I would say, new 5-minute high. I would go, new where is it? 5-minute high will become your event, and then consecutive 5-minute candles. Consecutive 5-minute candles, add filter. If you want to see 3 consecutive, you want to see 5 consecutive candles, you put a minimum of 5. And so every 5-minute high is only going to be shown to you unless it's got 5 consecutive green candles on a 5-minute chart. That's probably going to be the best way. Oh, look at the price action getting a little tired there at our area of interest. Hello, Shar. Welcome to the desktop. Happy Tuesday. I'm in this one. I am in this one. TGB, I've liked this for a while. Look at how just pretty basic it is to know that I'm going to use that blue line as my downside. I've been in this one for a while, so I'm just going to let it do what it does. And if it breaks and closes below that 50-day moving average, then I'm out. I bought some FSM this morning, I mentioned. This one's trying to come back. And I'm also in SQQQ, which is doing the opposite of the NASDAQ and bouncing, hopefully. Oh, okay. I see what you're trying to do there, Sam. That's the beauty of trade ideas. I mean, once you understand how to speak the language and what filters are available to you, you can paint the picture that you want to see. You can take something that maybe somebody else designed and then tweak it and say, well, I only want to see that when it has 5, 3 or 4 consecutive candles. Just kind of going through the charts that I put a heart on over the last few weeks. Just kind of the things I find interesting. That's an interest rate mortgage ETF. Tesla's really trying to hold. Oh, look at where Tesla got rejected there intraday. That's that 150 line I've been talking about. 130, excuse me. The 5-day moving average broke below and then got rejected there. So that's kind of a interesting look. But in the bigger picture, Tesla's still holding above all key moving averages. So not too bad over there. I'm long silver. I'll tell you what, if silver can break, I'm technically on long PSLV, not SLV, but it doesn't matter. It's all the same. If SLV can break and hold and close above this 50-day moving average, I think the rush could be on to start looking for some silver mining stocks. That's why I'm kind of taking an early stab here in FSM. FSM is a kind of a darling miner that they like when silver is popular, but at the moment it's been just going sideways. It can't get out of its own way. See, SVM is another silver miner, but it doesn't look as strong technically to me. It's always been kind of the step kid. Didn't get as much attention as FSM above all of its moving averages. SVM below the 50, FSM above. There's our SPYs, and they're also, running smack into that moving average. I mean, isn't it kind of funny? The Qs and the SPYs and the IWM, they're all at the same respective spot when you use that moving average. It all correlates. Oh, these poor electric vehicles. It's the other side of the mountain. They were just so popular in October and November. And now they're just broken and they're just pounding on that 200-day. This is what I see over here. I see like a bouncing ball just trying to find the crack in the ice. Yeah, it's a high flyer. We've talked about IWM still being held under that moving average there. This one I thought was going to be interesting. I'm keeping an eye on it. I spent the weekend driving to Salt Lake City, Utah in a rental car that had brand new LiDAR technology. I mean, you literally could just kind of fold your arms and let the thing keep you in between the lines while the dashboard screams at you, get your hands on the wheel, but it works. So this is the technology, LiDAR. It's what they use for the autonomous driving cars. And it seems like more and more cars are going to have it. That's the story, but does the chart confirm the story? Well, it's got a nice basing pattern. I really like that basing pattern. I'm interested, but I just see this looming issue. So let's see what the price does when that 50 comes down and has something to say about it. If VLDR can close above the 50 for a couple days, I might be interested, assuming the bigger picture of the market is holding up as well. Oh, that's just plain ugly. That's a banking stock that just didn't work. I've seen a lot of talk about VISL, but chart's got to confirm that story. And for the moment, it's really not. Oh, another electric vehicle just fallen by the wayside. And I liked this one too at a time. But, if you use that that rule that I like to use, where once these things start closing below their moving averages, and you use that as an early warning sign, can save you a lot of headache. I'll tell you that. TGB, I'm long this one. Game, which is just fun to watch. Everybody talks about game, but you can see the 50 is holding up game, and so is the 20. It's kind of like the LTNC chart. It's just squeezed in between the 50 and the 20. Another great company, very interesting. UAVS, wonderful fourth quarter move, but it just can't get back above its key moving averages. It lost its 50, back here, and then it lost its 20 right there, and then it lost the 10, and it's just been fighting ever since. And now it's banging on that 200-day. It looks to me kind of, like another one of those bouncing balls. What else do we have on here? Oh, Riot. That was a blow up because of the coin IPO. And that's pretty much it on my watch list. All right, let's see. Elena, is it possible to see the next support resistance for a certain symbol list? Sure. Well, okay. Is it possible to see the next? Okay, I would suggest it's a good question. Where are we going to use? Give me an example of a stock. Maybe just give me a symbol, and I'm going to show you something here. I'm going to add something to my single stock window. Distance from pivot, show column. Okay, and I also want to see S1 support. S1. Distance from pivot S1, show column. So I've added 2 data points to my single stock window. And, if we look at any particular stock, let's look at, I don't know if that's going to be a good one, but Tesla. Oh, it just gives us percent. Okay, it's not giving us the actual value. But that still holds true for my answer. I would use those 2 filters, distance from pivot and distance from S1 support. S1 support is going to be kind of the universally accepted level of calculation for the nearest level of support. There's also S2, which would be like your backstop support, your second level of support. So experiment with those 2 filters, Elena, and you can also read about them. You can always read about any filter by just going to the highlight and then click help, and then help will give you a description of how it's calculating these. And the same would go for R1 and R2, resistance and resistance, and then pivot is kind of the neutral spot. Yeah, I saw that, David. I noticed every time I turned the car on, it defaulted to the lane assist. But I could easily turn it off if I wanted to, because I didn't like it. I didn't like the wheel all of a sudden kind of jerking in my hand. I think you should be able to drive your own car without that. But I was just kind of having fun, chuckling to myself that yeah, you could do it if you wanted to. It's not advised. Yeah, if you get tired of the warning alert. I figured I was living dangerously for 30 seconds. I'd probably stop. But it made me think about this VLDR. Somebody told me about that, the other day, and so I'm going to keep an eye on that. I do like the basing price chart of VLDR, and I could see these types of companies probably doing okay as an ancillary, technology that Tesla started off with. Okay, FCX for Elena. It's telling us the distance to the pivot. S1. Okay, so we're below S1. What does S2 look like for FCX? If I can get there we go. Let's pop that in there and see what S support 2 level, where that is. Okay, we're 0.5% above, so yeah, it might have bounced right there. That little bounce this morning might have bounced off of the S2 level. It might be possible to actually get the data point using a custom. I want to ask about that. I'm thinking, is it possible, to make a custom formula that shows us the actual price, not the distance from in percent value? If you wanted me to explore that, Elena, you could ask in info@trade-ideas.com and just make that, message header a custom formula ? And you could say, is it possible to create a custom formula to show me the actual price level of S1 and S2, etc., rather than the distance from? Because I don't know the answer. Is there a way to have the pivot levels in the chart itself? I don't think so. We have some other smart risk levels, but those are not calculated off of those. Bernd, that might be another great feature request. If you wanted to, because it doesn't appear that we can, if you wanted to email info@trade-ideas.com with a feature request and say, is it possible to show S1 and S2 values in the charts as a toggle to turn on and turn off. That's a pretty good request. Yeah, you too. You're welcome, Elena and Bernd, both of you. Those are probably good ideas for further exploration. And if we can do it, we'll try and help you. Yeah, Bernd, the distance from. Yeah, so your both of your questions, Elena and Bernd, are kind of related. First, we would have to get that custom formula configured so we know what the actual price level is, and then we would have to have the developers hard code that into a toggle that you could turn that line on or off in the charts. But again, if I see those emails from you guys, I'll pop a note in there, that I endorse it. And what happens is it just essentially goes to our developers priorities list, and they're always working off a list of priorities. And when things get slow and developers have some time, that's the list that they turn to, and they go, oh yeah, we can do that easily. But we need to have people ask for it. I hear you, Bernd. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. All right, Shad. If I had to link Thinkorswim, does both programs have to be open on the same computer? Yeah, here's some thoughts on Thinkorswim, and I think I actually have a document on that. Let me just see here real quick. Oh, it's in another area. Let me grab that because I think it might be beneficial. Because there's a couple of things that you want to do as practice. Okay, Thinkorswim. I don't know if I can download that. It's an actual file, huh? Well, let me just say this. Let me present verbally what you need to do. When you open Thinkorswim and Trade Ideas, you want to first launch by right-clicking and run as administrator. You want to run that as administrator, and you want to right-click and run Thinkorswim as administrator. You also you have to have them running on the same machine to answer your initial question. Yes, they've got to be on the same machine, and they can't be overlapping each other. If one of the windows is touching Trade Ideas is touching Thinkorswim, the linking process wizard won't connect correctly. So you got to be kind of like a OCD kid with his peas not touching his mashed potatoes on your plate, but it's got to be on the same plate. Okay, is there a way to put on brokerage plus box the date purchased? Also a summary for the buys and sells for the month. Yes. So, calendar tab. If you don't have calendar tab, what you need to do is first thing you need to do is upgrade to the most current version or beta version. You would, where do we do that? Where do we add new? You go to the new menu, open a calendar tab. Once you've got the calendar tab, you can go in and look at, and here's the tricky part, mental note, I'll say it twice. You got to double click the date, the day. I got to double click that 15. Double click should bring up, oh, there were no trades that day. Okay, we got to find a day where there were trades. Double click the 13, and I should have some trades that day. What is going on? Why is it not giving me those? Okay, well, that's interesting. I'll have to make a note of that. I wonder if that's known. Okay, so that's supposed to work. I will check on that. That's how you get the summary of the trades. And then your other question was date purchased. Okay, so if we go back to open positions and let's see, how do I do that? Open positions. Oh, columns. There we go. Right click, go to columns. All right, your question was the date. Let's see what we have. Anything for date? Exit price, exit time, entry time. Okay, so I'm gonna think entry time might work. And if we find entry time, where is entry time? Exit time. Entry time, if you expand that column, there you go. There's your date. So hopefully that helps. Yeah, Charles, the calendar tab, if you don't see it, again, update your newest version and then go to new and select calendar tab, and that will enable the calendar tab for you. But again, I'm going to have to check that these drill down trade by trades are not popping in there, and they should be. So that's a problem. I need to let them know that. Is there any way to improve a scanner that you built last week? It's things are constantly changing, Iris. There's really no way to know what the answer would be to that. What was working, as I said, a couple months ago, is not working now. So that's why your best bet might be to do, the back tester and use the back tester and only go back 14 days and, look at the last 14 days and try and use that as an example of the weather, so to speak, that's been in the background. As we've all been talking about, breakouts are probably not working. They break out and then they fall right back in like a sinkhole. So maybe there's a scan that you could design that looks for a new high on a breakout, on a 5-day breakout, and then guess what? You run it as a back test and you go short, and you see what the data says over the last 10 or 14 days. And that's the way in which you have to start trying to get back to the drawing board, to use the old expression, and start figuring out what is working and what isn't working, what gives you the best probabilities and what doesn't. I don't have the answer to give out today on that. I'm just kind of showing you what I'm doing. I'm nibbling some mining stocks. I'm literally short the market with SQQQ, and what a nice boy it's being for me to not only make some money for me, but demonstrate the validity of the 10 SMA of this 15-minute chart. It's giving me comfort that the price is continuing to hold up here in terms of that, which essentially just means the NASDAQ is weak and the sellers had something to say at that 10 SMA. Yes, that's exactly what's happening, Iris. Just because they hit the scanner doesn't mean they're going to make you money. It's just telling you what they're doing. So the ones that are making new highs, as I said, the market is very difficult right now. It's faking a lot of people out. Go to highs, reverse. Try taking some of those scans and turning them upside down. I don't have the answer. I honestly don't. Can we expect to try and find these stocks in an earlier stage? Can we connect to it? That's the ultimate quest, is to try to find things earlier. And there's certain things you can do to find things earlier. You can bring volume filters down to try and open them up a little bit. You can do a few things. All right, I'll be with you guys. Another few minutes, and that's it. So let's see if we can clear out the questions here. If anybody has one more question that you were waiting on, you wanted to hit before I got to leave, now would be the time. All right, you're welcome, Mike. You're welcome, Sam. I'm just going to let Barry know I'm ready whenever he is. You're welcome, Razak. It was nice to have a couple days break from sitting in front of a screen and being outdoors and hiking in the open space. All right, Barry is streaming. I will unplug. So thank you guys all. And again, for those of you who I said, send a follow-up email to info@trade-ideas.com with those ideas you had and possible custom formulas. Please do, and a support ticket will be created for it. All right, I'm going to sign out. Bye-bye.
You can just kind of tell, guys, there's no super enthusiasm. Look at the topping tail 2 days ago for clove. Remember, the buyers had it up here and the sellers said, no way, man. So they knocked it down. Again, the buyers had it up here and they said, no, we don't believe it. And now the sellers have taken over again. So it's not like, these, when you see topping tails on daily charts, I mean, you have to, in your head, you have to think, what did that mean? Not a lot of confidence at being able to close it near the high of the day. So Ija, you're my go-to, or Bernd. Can you hear me, guys? Is Steve left? I don't know if he's left actually. There he is. Okay, thank you, Mike. Okay, thank you. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Anything happening? I'm trying to see. On my break, I was looking to see if there's anything new that came in. I didn't see anything other than the fact that Clove, C-L-O-V, making new lows again. We're just talking about these two topping tails. I don't know if you guys caught that in the YouTube room. The two topping tails in the previous daily charts, kind of giving you a clue that there's not a lot of confidence. Oh, is there a note-taking function in Trade Ideas? Depends what you mean, Moses. You can put a note in the price alerts. But if you're talking about, that's not bad? Okay, well, if that's not bad, then boy, do we have, that's very simple. Okay, so here's your notes. Okay, so let's start. Let's do a new one, brand new one. Let's put a price alert up here at 1068. Create price alert. Okay, so you see there's a note, and whatever note you want. I don't typically use notes. One of the nice things though that you can do, which I kind of discovered, is that, for instance, we don't have a way to differentiate necessarily, maybe an intraday trade versus a swing trade. So in the notes, you could do something like, watch. I mean, I could go swing possibility. Okay, I'll just do that. Okay, so now when you look at your price alerts window, okay, notice I've got swing possibility. I can sort on that if I want. Okay, so if I kept this kind of similar, if I put swing possibility in each one of the notes, I could see all of the swing possibilities then. Okay, if that makes sense. Otherwise, just you can obviously put whatever sort of note you want. Like why, for instance, a lot, and I don't know if a Tel designer is in the room, because I saw you had the question about why is there a limit of 500 price alerts? Well, I'll be honest. I think if you've got 100 price alerts, I mean, in my opinion, that's probably too many, but 500 absolutely should be plenty. If you're not, and really, and I listen, this comes from experience, out of laziness for me too, because in the old days, there was not even a limit. And what would happen is my price alert window would be jammed with all sorts of alerts from months ago. Well, you've got to every now and then, and that's what I do. Now, typically, I get rid of them all after intraday, because most of them are intraday. But certainly once a week, maybe on the weekend, I'll take a look at the price alerts. And this is what you can do. You can take a look at, here's a column that we've got. This is telling me the dollar, or how many dollars it is from the alert. Well, You can see the current price of IFBD is zero, so it's $1 away. But if it were like if it was $4, $5, $6 away, well, maybe that price alert really, unless you're trading Apple or something, a high price stock, is probably not relevant anymore. So just get rid of it, just delete it. Now you can do a mass delete. You can highlight everything if that's what you want to do and delete, or you can pick and choose which ones you want to delete. And you could sort on this column. So you could say, you know what, anything that's, $3 away from my alert, I don't care anymore. So you could sort on the column, highlight all those, get rid of them. So, I just think that, 500 is way too many price alerts to have. But so I tell the designer, I don't know if you're in the room still, but that's my opinion anyway. So what I do is I do sort on the triggered column. So if a stock does trigger, I'm going to see it right at the very top. Okay, it'll be right at the very top because that's how I have it sorted. Again, if I have the price alerts window minimized, the window's going to pop up. It's actually going to change colors. I'm going to hear it. I will not be able to miss it. Okay. So Mo is sinking down to Real's potential short area of 47 for MO. Yeah, I tried that Archon yesterday, tried to get into that short yesterday. It was really, look at it right now. I mean, it's just holding that 8 level. After hours, it really has done nothing. Down 2 cents, done nothing. RCON. It was nasty. I agree. Every time there was these topping tails, I thought, okay, now. No. Okay, now. No. And these are 15-minute candles, so it doesn't always mean just because you get the topping tails, especially, you usually when you get topping tails, several in a row in a 15-minute candle, usually that can mean the end of it. And you should get a drop down. But that certainly did not happen with Archon yesterday. IJA PHX. I've seen that one before. Can't remember the last time though. PHX mineral. Oh, I see why you're looking at it. All right. 234 though is the 200-day moving average, so it might struggle to get through that. So if it got through that, where could it go? Yeah, I guess it could. It's got a shot to the 260 level. It's having a bit of a day. After getting creamed a couple of days ago. Now that is a good trading strategy. Screw it. Well, I hope it works for you, but that seems like, yeah, I know why you're doing it, but Or this almost is almost turning into a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Almost. I mean, the topping tail is a little bit above, but it's almost turning into a red bar ignored for Mo. My issue would be, well, you know what? It would have a little bit of room. Looked like maybe that 48.17 from earlier pre-market and after hours yesterday. All right, let's take a look at some of these earnings plays. Now, Hog, according to us, was an earnings play, but it was actually yesterday. Even though I checked some other sources, and Hog must have just released early. Okay. Okay, Oscar, I will show you how you can do it. So just put it in your. You're a subscriber, obviously. So, and are you familiar with the price alerts window? Sort of. Okay. Well, from the toolbar, click on New and then Price Alerts window. If you've never loaded it before, okay, so if you do that, then this is what's going to happen. You'll see the Price Alerts window. Okay, here's your Price Alerts window. If you've never used it, obviously it will be blank. Okay, so you can minimize it. You don't have to have it up and running. Like it's running, but you don't have to have it dominate any screen space. So if you can minimize it. Okay, and now all you have to do is this. So for the IFBD, just type it in. Okay, just type it in. And then right click, create price alert, and put like $1 because we know it's going to open $1 and save it. So that's what I did. And so notice, there it is, IFBD. It's saved right here. Current price is 0. I mean, it's obviously it hasn't traded yet, but if it starts to trade, it'll obviously be over $1. This price alerts window will pop up on my screen. So that's when I'm going to know that it will that it has started to trade. Okay. And you can put a sound alert on it also. You know, if you happen to wander away from your computer and you have a headset on, you set up the sound so you also hear it. So, you know, you put a sound alert on, a unique sound alert, and so if you heard it and you're doing something else, you can go racing back and you can see what the alert was. That to me is the easiest way. Every now and then, for most of the time, it will actually show up in the Halts resumes too as a resume, but it's probably 90% reliable. If you want to make absolute sure, that's what I would do. So for instance, in fact, I did something very stupid. I got rid of a lot of price alerts, I think. Did I do that? Yeah, it's dumb. So this is what you can do. So for IPOs, yeah, that was dumb. And what you could also do, whoops, come back. Phew. What you can also do is, just to let you know that it was an IPO, you could also put, IPO and the date of, if you wanted to, just so you have a reference in the notes section. So the other thing is, and this is what I did yesterday, but stupidly I deleted all my price alerts, showing people how to delete price alerts, and I deleted them. But this is what I did yesterday. Give me a moment here. So you can plan ahead of time. Okay, here are the I can give everybody, if you want this. Well, this is sort of the home page. Okay, this is, whoops, this is not the home page. Just a minute. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so here it is. This is what I use for my IPOs, okay? And I'm on the calendar. All right, so this is what's happening this week. I'm sorry, I'm not on the calendar. Must cannot be on the calendar. There we go. Here's the calendar. This is what's happening this week. So what you can do is you can start to put these price alerts in for these stocks, if these ones that are coming up this week, if that's what you want to do. So for instance, if I took DV, which is, so look at the ones happening tomorrow, Wednesday, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 tomorrow, 4 tomorrow. We have 1, 2, 3 on Thursday, 2 on Thursday, and we have a bunch on Friday. So what you can do is plan ahead of time. And I'll put this in here. Anybody wants, it's just it's the link that I like to track IPOs. And just give me a moment. Okay, just the link that I like to track the IPO. So let's take a look. So here we have NPC. You know, this was the big one for tomorrow. I mean, look who's involved. Doesn't absolutely mean they're going to do well on the first day or ever, but I mean, we have Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Barclays, RBC, and Truist. I don't know them. But so this is coming up tomorrow. 13.3 million shares, $24 is the suggested. My guess it'll be above that, but anyway. So DV. So I'll just put DV here. And I'll create the price alert. Put $1, done. And I can just keep doing that. You know, for Path. Path is another one. Some big guys in here: Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Credit Suisse, etc., etc. So, you know, this, somebody said they're waiting for this one. It's going to be a fairly big one, 23 million and 52. So, you know, it's going to be a fairly pricey one. But again, I just have to type Path in and right click, create the price alert, put $1, save, etc. Okay, so you get the gist of it. You can do that if you want. Then you know you'll never miss an IPO. Okay, thank you, William. Victor's asking about LCI. That's Lanet, isn't it? Well, I don't know. Not terribly exciting. I mean, it's up 9 cents. I think it's got a lot of resistance right here around 520. So I'm not terribly interested in LCI. So absolutely nothing from my options. I mean, you know, the filters are pretty tough. So nothing is happening in this. Now, what I wanted to show you, though, here are the earnings plays, guys. Remember I said this, yesterday we had 2 in here. All right, so, I mean, it's starting to fill up I would say next week, if I did this, it would be full. Okay, so we're starting to get some earnings plays. I see United released. Iridium released. There's Xerox. So these are the earnings plays. Oh, this is that Learn, LRN. So anyway, then this is one of the scans I'm sharing. What I have earnings plays up and earnings plays down. When we get a lot of earnings, you know, what I do is I sort on the position in the day's range. Oops. I can do this. There we go. I mean, so there's nothing near the high of the day. You can see right now. But when we get a lot of earnings plays, we're going to see a lot more stocks near the high of the day. We wouldn't see any of these unless I really expanded it. So this is what, I mean, maybe I'm confusing you, but this is exactly the same window. It's just sorted differently. So here I've sorted on the position in the day's range. I want to see the ones right at the bottom. So you see it's right there. But when there are a lot of earnings plays, I don't want to have to scroll down to see these ones that are near the bottom of the day. So that's why I separate them. Right now, it doesn't make a lot of sense because there's just not that many earnings plays. So those two are available from my homepage in the scan section. Earnings plays up, earnings plays down. So look at this, SFNC. Just not a lot of volume. Doesn't trade very much. Typically, you know, when a stock releases earnings, that's one of the big days usually of volume. I mean, it's moving down. I don't see any support for this for a bit. SFNC. So for instance, this was an IPO today. So notice what happened. It actually showed up in the Halts resumes as a resume. It's one of the quirks. So not a very, so who knows, if that other one does open, maybe it'll do the same thing. Is this is that another China IPO? No, it's Nevada actually. Okay, so it's a US based. So this is a real blah one. I mean, this opened at around, like underneath, they said 415 was the price range. So it actually opened a little bit under and it just tanking. 5.8 million shares, so not very much. So that's not very exciting. So this was actually a gap down and reverse. It's a gap down and reverse, KALV. Not convinced I want to take these, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know who started that. It is what it is. Who gets credit for that? I know it's not me. Yeah, PHX is moving. Just be a little wary of that 200-day moving average, 235. Okay, I will. What can't you get on YouTube? No, I could get a job on YouTube as a YouTuber. Imagine me a YouTuber? No. Yeah, so if you click on it, yeah, here they are. You click on the calendar, IPO calendar, okay, and you'll see the upcoming ones. Just click on the IPO calendar. Yeah, by nature, real. By nature. Luckily, I don't have to rein it in. Otherwise, I wouldn't last here. Well, okay, sort of. I was talking about monetizing it for something. Well, CLDX is on the way down. Um, and it's probably too obscure for most people, real, or arcane. Yeah, they wouldn't get it. Maybe a late summer afternoon, Friday afternoon, when it's. Though I had some guy got all mad at me for bloviating. Came into the room. I must have come into the room Friday afternoon. We were just trying to wrapping it up, and accused me of bloviating. That's okay. Look it up. Bloviating. Look it up. All right, PJAN, what are you doing? PJAN 773. Uh, okay, so there's actually, I know probably not the same for you. There looks like there's a cross rail on the 2 minute, a cross at 47.29, 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA. Again, I know we have pre-market data. What does yours say? Probably pretty close. Not complete. No, it isn't. It's just touching. And it's trying to form on the 5 minute also. Really? I give the guy marks for having a vocabulary anyway. You know, this pump showed up here. This is the reverse. You know, this is the reverse of don't repeat. Kind of disregarded it. I guess I shouldn't have. I mean, it would have been not bad. 948, 915, 914, sorry. Yeah, it was shortable and it wasn't down 10%. Shoot. So this is just the flip of the moving higher. This is just the flip of this moving lower with unusually strong options. But really, really no action in that. And guys, take a look at the market. And FRTY just got halted. FRTY just got halted. What do they do? And RFP is on the way down. RFP, somebody asked me about Resolute before. RFP on the way down. Well, you know, I don't want to get around or talk about this at length, obviously, but I mean, if you look at the definition, talking in an inflated or empty way. So I don't know what happened. I mean, it got halted. FRTY got halted, but I don't know why. I don't see any information on it. Meanwhile, the tattooed chef is just, boy, it's just sinking, sinking, sinking. So guys, I mean, you can always take the option share, you know, the options plays. You can always use this one, you know, if you want more action. You know, I mean, I'm still resolute in not wanting to reduce the filters. This will come back. It may not be this week. It may not be next week, but at some point this will come back and produce a few more alerts. But you can always use this one, which is sort of the precursor of the moving of it. All depends when you come into the room. Yeah, it's part of my one of the ones I'm sharing, Moses. Okay, one of the ones I'm sharing from my homepage. Okay, right here, and right here. No, sorry. Option plays. It's called Options Plays Magic. Boy, takes us back. At the risk of bloviating, it's called Magic because we had I can't remember who he was. He was in the room for a long time. I think it was even before I was on the air, broadcasting. And I used this one almost exclusively, and it was giving fantastic alerts all the time. And the guy said, "This is a magic scan." So we named it Options Plays Magic. That's got to be, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago. Well, let's keep an eye on the MO. I do believe I have, my alert is set right here, just underneath, right at 47 to see if it gets down to 47. And meanwhile, the tattooed chef, TTCF, you know, I'm going to stick an alert. This is not going to happen today, I doubt, but I'm going to stick an alert here at $14.07. There is its low, all-time low. I mean, if this just keeps going, I mean, nobody wants this stock. Well, actually, it wasn't actually in the room. It was an email sent to a general email. So, I kind of like this one, but I'm just finding TIPT. I'm just finding it a little too whippy. So again, just a little bit of insight. Okay, we have FRTY. It just opened. What happened? FRTY. Still no news on it that I can see. And what's the spread like? You can't trade it, guys. I don't know if it just got halted also. Again. Well, I saw 1940, 20. Yeah, I see like 1975, 2175. So it's untradeable right now. So we have no float information on it whatsoever. So what this is the options play magic. You'll notice in here, strategy. So there are 6 of them, okay? Moving higher with unusually strong options, 300%, 200%, 150, and then moving lower with 300, 200, and 150. So to create this one right there, what I did was I broke out this one. I took it out, opened the alert window. I added some more filters to it. Minimum contract value of 2,000 shares or 2,000 contracts. Probably had to be up or down. So I added some more filters. That's why I'm not getting very many in here. Okay. But the whole principle of this was if we get the 150, how likely at 150%, in other words, 1.5 times normal, will they continue? It was sort of a test to see, because I think I started off with just 200, up and down, and then I thought, okay, what if we just reduce it a little bit? Is 150 low enough to get them continuing to move, or do they just kind of stall? So it was a bit of a test, and so you can see they're all color coordinated. So the yellow is 300. That's why we're not getting very many yellow. The orange is right there, the RFP just showed up, and then the brown is the 150. Okay, so that's how I've color coordinated it. Not getting anything on the way up. So have I confused everybody? So there's the pump. You see, there's the pump. Showed up here. You're right about that, Night Fox. Well, I just couldn't commit myself to taking this short, but it would have worked obviously now, 10, 12, 10, 15. And that came from, again, the gap up and reverse. which is what I would probably, that would be my secondary one to look at, the gap up and reverse and the gap down and go. Even when the market is up, guys, people are shorting tops and they're looking to short. I mean, even when the market is up. So when the market is down like this, let's take a look at the SPY. Check to see, you know, I was saying earlier, you know, relatively important little level right here. Of course, the 400, if it breaks down through that 400, you know, it took a lot, well, not a long time, but I mean, it took some time to get through that 400 mark. How can you be long FRTY? How can you do that? I know, just press the buy button. I know. Yeah, or that, yes. Yeah, so even though today is 420, the cannabis plays, you know, it looked a little interesting at the beginning, you know, a little interesting at the beginning, but 420 ain't cutting it anymore, guys. Oh man, thou shalt not chase. Thou shalt, 11th commandment. Yeah, remember the big fuss about clean energy yesterday? All the way up to 1425. Closed down at 11 whatever, and now just continues down. And, you know, I mean, this is hard, guys. I can't even remember what the news was on clean energy yesterday. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, we'll be right back. Today is Tuesday. So marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Just give me a moment, please. Yes, clean energy was the one with the Amazon deal. Yes, there were two yesterday, but that was I call it the big one. You're right though. Popped in the pre-market, I think. Yeah, look at yeah. So it really popped in the pre-market yesterday on that Amazon news, but it faded all day, continuing. You know, I didn't read the press release. I didn't exactly, you know, all I saw was Amazon, AI. Yeah, put some nice buzzwords in the PR, but it means nothing. Yeah, I should. Yeah, if I get industrious one weekend. The TI commandments. Yeah, I think, well, I'm going to make you do some work, Bruce. I think it's to do with the how relevant the pattern is, but let's take a look. Okay, help, help. More options are listed below. All right, here you go. 0 means no match at all. 100% means it's an ideal match. Few, if any, alerts come close to 100. So that's it. Never used it. So the alerts are greater than how closely the stock chart matches the ideal shape of the pattern. Well, I can't explain it any more than this. These alerts are greater than how closely the stock chart matches the ideal shape of the stock pattern. 0 means no match. 100% means an ideal, but you're not, you have to put something in between. I've never used it. I mean, I can't expand on this anymore. But if you go back, the traditional hammer pattern, you just have to read this. But I've never used it, so I really don't. What I was thinking when I first saw that, I thought maybe it meant relation like the body to the tail, and that was a percent, but no. Gamma. Good morning or afternoon, I guess, depending where you are in the world. Still morning on the West Coast. Well, thoughts on SNDX? Well, I mean, it's the alert, of course, was AI over here, plus my own alert from my continuation gap down and go. Right now, I mean, the thoughts are it's going to do something. I mean, I'm not trying to be trite, but it's going to do something one way or the other. Right now, it's a nice big base. Is it going to pop? Is it going to drop? I have no idea. But what I would do, I mean, if you're interested in trying to trade it, just put a price alert above it and below it and see if it breaks it on volume. But it really hasn't. I mean, it had a little bounce here, a little bit of a bounce. I mean, it came off the bottom pretty nicely, got up here, and then it just faded. And now, right now, the market doesn't know what it wants to do with this one. But obviously the play was to get short right up here and ride it down to here earlier. You remember this, guys? Okay, this is classic. Okay, so trying to figure out what happened. Oh, that's right. I took this trade, guys, as a practice trade to show you how you can practice on a pullback. I happened to just pick this TIPT, and then I got short at 11.14. So now we're up for $542. I think I'm going to flatten that. Yeah, so Gamma, I don't. That's not the way I trade. I don't believe. I mean, you can do what you want to do. I don't believe in just putting what I would call an artificial stop loss. The question was buying it and putting a 10% stop loss. I just don't believe in that. I'd rather be based on the chart rather than just sort of, okay, I'm going to risk 10% every trade, 5% every trade, 20 cents every trade. I like to base it on what I see on the chart. So for instance, if you're going to buy this one, you want to buy this one, I mean, I'd be putting a stop you know, I mean, well, 10% is about what, a dollar. That's $1.40. That's a big stop. I'd be putting a stop down here around 13.45. The lows right around here. That's a pretty big stop. You know, for $14 stock to put a dollar 40 stop. But yeah, I mean, but I don't go. I don't usually put a percentage. You know, I like to base it on what I see in the chart. But you know, you have to do what you're going to do. Of course, 5% would probably be better because it's what's that, 70 cents. So you know, that's 50 cents is right here. But hey, but that's, you know, this is not a recommendation, of course, from myself. No problem. I'll give you a link to my homepage. You might find it interesting. I have a lot of information there, including how to take out a subscription if you want, but a lot of other information. And if you do subscribe, all the everything you see here is I'm sharing, plus a lot of other scans. So, but there is other information there, educational links. So what happened on this one? The shares bought 1,000. Okay, so what actually happened is I was long 500 shares. I got stopped out and went short 500 shares, and you know, and at 11.14. So obviously that turned into a nice short for the TIPT. And my watch list right now, guys, I mean, there's really, you know, we need way more trend, especially trend up for the watch list up, you know, so I'm not really paying too much attention to it. I'll create it every day, but you know, it's pretty, we're in a market that really, number one, is rewarding if you're willing to go short. One moment, please. All right, guys. Well, not getting too many new alerts now. Well, United had earnings today, right? United? Yeah. Yikes. Remember when this was happening for most of the airlines right around here? Looked pretty good. You know, starting to fill in this void. Absolutely not. I think JetBlue is the only one. I think JetBlue. Yeah, I mean JetBlue has really. I mean, it's starting to drop also, but it recovered all the way back up to pre-pandemic, or you know where the pandemic started. American, though, I'm sure American is doing the same thing as, yeah, same thing as United Airlines. Delta, I'm sure it's doing the same thing. Yeah, they're all. So take a look at the index, or the ETF, sorry. So here is the ETF for the airline industry, jets, on the way down. Sam H, how do you know that, IFBD? Do you know that for sure? It's pretty late. Are you just thinking it might be soon, or you actually know? Somebody in our YouTube room is saying the IFBD IPO is soon. Oh, you're here. Okay. No, I was just wondering why you said that. Do you have any information saying they're planning? Okay, 155. How do you see that? I have IB. I never really looked. It would help if I didn't type in IPO. Where do you actually see that? In the news? Oh, you're right. There it is, right in the news. Okay, hey, good spot there, Sam. Okay, guys, so it's a little late in the day, but you never know what's going to happen. And shoot, this might open in 45 seconds from now. This is what Sam was looking at. We'll open for quote at 150. Open for quote. So one. Okay, so here we go, guys. So open for quote at 155. Open for trade after 205. Okay. So get your price alert set or get it on a chart. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And let's see, from Real Scan, TDUP, TDUB, TDUP. This looks like an IPO back here. What do you mean, is it good, Moses? What do you mean by that? If you're asking, should you be buy? I mean, we have no idea. Well, go to the time. You can go to the IPO calendar and you can check it out yourself and see what they say about it. Okay. There we go. There's the link for it. Okay. That's the last IP, that's the last ones. Actually, it's right at the top. So you just check to see what it's all about. It's a China, so you know, it's very, and not very many shares are going to be released. And it's supposed to come out around $4, so we'll see. Which one, Sam? Which stock are you talking about? Oh, this one. You're talking about the T-Dup? This one. Yeah, I just only, this is his original one. I haven't got the special one or anything like that. It's just the original one. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now. I want to get prepared for this marketing meeting. Hopefully it's not too long. Well, I'll just quickly give you the same. This is what I've done. Maybe I've made some changes. I have no idea. So I'll just give it to you, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Not quite a 259 now reel. So yeah, look at that splash that one. Finally, the IFBD came out. Kind of what I'm going to be watching this after hours. Believe it or not, I want to see if it regains up in this area here. It may be over. It may be completely over. Something important though, guys. I just really want to reiterate this. Okay, so for those of you, if you have not signed those NYSE agreements stating that you are not a pro, you are at risk of getting cut off. Okay, we have no control over that. We have to do it. So I know some of you have said, well, I've never received it. Well, I just confirmed the emails have gone out to absolutely everybody. Now it's possible it went out to an email address that is no longer, is not your email anymore, or you've changed emails, or it's gone into a spam folder. So I just want to really reiterate that, it's important that, don't disregard it. Don't think, why should I fill this out? And again, understand that we don't care about it, but it's the NYSE that is forcing us to do this. So just make sure, okay? Because we're going to have, unfortunately, we have to start cutting people off. And then we get these nasty emails or phone calls saying, why did you get cut off? Why did you cut me off? So please do not, when you get an email, make sure you fill it out. There you go. Why did I cut? Yeah. Well, you should have got an email. It's not how do you get an email. It should have come to you. If you're a subscriber, you should have got an email saying you must fill out this NYSE documentations, and I think there's 5 questions. Do you do this? Absolutely the vast majority of our customers are not considered professional. I would say 99.9%, which is a real pain because, but we've got to send it all out and we have to prove to the NYSE that, we've done this. So if you don't think, well, you would have got the email, okay, if you're a customer, Isaac. Now, if you just signed up, you've already done it. I mean, a person, if you just signed up in the last little while, you've already had to do that. So you won't get you won't get an email. So, I mean, again, if you just signed up within, you know what I should do? I should find out, just give me a moment. Okay, no, you'll definitely have to. You better info a trade. If check your spam though, Isaac. Check your spam. Otherwise, info at trade-ideas.com. Because we don't. I mean, it's really unfortunate we have to do this. Oh, mid-October. May of June of last year. Okay, no, that's not good. So anybody mid-October on is good. So if you signed up before mid-October, which is you, Isaac, and maybe check your spam. Otherwise, just info at trade-ideas.com and request. That sign up form for the for NYSE. Okay. Yeah, a new email. I'm not sure. Probably Fournier, but again, info at trade-ideas.com. I don't get involved in stuff like that at all. That's more of an accounting thing. So when you say, can you request one, there's probably a way to change it. I don't know. So do that, info at trade-ideas.com. But again, if anybody who signed up mid-October from last year, obviously last year, you're good because you would have had to fill that out. So anybody, say who signed up last September and before, you have to fill that form out. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to shutting down. So before we do that, I just want to again draw your attention to the test drive that starts. I'm just going to put the link into the room. Yeah, you too, Thomas. So again, here's the test drive. You click on the link. This is what you'll see. So if you want to try us out, you don't have a subscription right now, but you just want to try us out for $8.99 for 2 weeks. It starts on May the 10th to May 21st. That's 10 trading days, all right? And it's depreciating. What I mean by that is that you can't start on the 11th and get 10 days, start on the 12th and get 10 days, okay? You start on the 10th to the 21st. That'll get you the full 10 days. What you're doing here is you're signing up. You're basically pre-registering. No data until the 10th, okay? And for the $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service. So that's number one. Number two are the strength alerts. If you're in this room right now and you're not a subscriber and you're thinking, well, I can't really subscribe because I don't have the time to sit in front of a computer all day long, or I don't really want to do that. Even if I could sit in front of a computer all day long, I need something a little more spoon-fed to me. You can try these strength alerts, okay? So if you click on the strength alerts, this is what they are. So for $17 a month, like at super entry level, $17 a month, you'll be given if you read this, you'll be given 5 alerts a week. They'll come on Monday, okay? It'll be a little write-up about why you're getting why these have been picked. It's the top 5 in a ranking algorithm, okay? So it's all here. But if you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas, it's also you have it for free. If you click on New from the channel bar, or New from our toolbar, then click on Channel Bar, and here they are. Strength alerts, okay? So if you're a subscriber, standard or premium, you have access to the strength alerts. You're not going to get an email, but when you click on this, you'll actually see the blurb that Michael puts together on each of the reasoning why that particular one has been added. So it's a new set of 5 every week. And lastly, click here, click there. Okay, so my homepage, lots of information on my homepage. So lots of information on my homepage. There is the link. I suggest that all you have to do is save the link. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here. There's a promo code you can use. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. Wonder what that one was today. Here are all the scans I'm sharing. You click here, all the scans, including my layout right here, and all the individual scans. Okay, I'm starting to really like the option play magic again, but really liking the gap continuation or reverse. And a lot of education right here, this section, including the 20 lessons in 20 days. You're brand new to trade ideas, or if you don't have trade ideas, that's okay. You just have to click on the link. You'll see what we can do. You know, what is a top list, building one, alert windows. These are all the basic features of trade ideas, all the way down to the AI. Okay? And daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Daily webinars. I don't think today, I think today's was canceled. I think it was Monday, but typically Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. I'll get to that in 1 second, Jason. Education videos right here. Back to basics, brand new to trading. Boy, this is a good little series, okay? 36-part video series, short vids, literally starting off with what is a stock. So it can either be a nice refresher course for a lot of you, or if you're brand new, brand new, you know, this is a great little video series that we put together. Well, I didn't put it together. Michael Noss put it together. Basically, with his wife, who'd never traded at all, and explaining to her step by step all these, like all the aspects of trading. Trading, and we have some trading books also that we created, ebooks that we created. So a lot of information on my homepage, okay? That's why I'm saying all you have to do is save the link. You can look at it at any time. Severe rippage. Okay, so Jason, to answer your question, Jason asked, what is my new favorite scan? So again, from my homepage, let's see if so here. So I like this one, of course. I'm always gonna, well, I shouldn't say always, but I mean, it was delivering the moving higher with unusually strong options. For about a couple of months, it was my golden scan. The last 2 to 3 weeks, not getting anything really. Not one alert today. And that's fine, you know, it can come back. I'm really liking the gap continuation or reverse. Really liking this one again. Okay. And a smaller subset of the moving higher with unusually strong options is the options play magic. Filters are not quite as severe, shall we say, so you're getting more alerts. But I'm really liking the gap continuation or reverse. You know, and actually, you know, I sort of didn't pay that much attention to KALV, but look what it did. This is a gap down and reverse. As an example. And the reason I didn't pay that much attention to it, really because my bias is short. I mean, look at the market, what it's doing. The market is, you know, not wanting to bounce at all. So I was, you know, I thought, well, I don't know if I really want to dive into something like this with the market doing what it's doing. Even though, I mean, this just went positive. But remembering, this was negative for most of the day. It just went positive now by 7 cents. So I kind of thought, you know what, I just don't have confidence in taking anything long right now. So you're talking about this one, Jason? This will start, well, actually, okay, I'll always stick around. I'll always stick around for questions. There's no magic, am I getting out of here at 3? It's just usually, you know, people are leaving anyway, but this will start right at on the open. Now I put a delay of 15 minutes on it. You don't have to. Okay, I put a delay of 15 minutes before I get the first alert, just because, you know, you might get something that's gapped up and then down and then up and then down. So you're getting, you know, mixed signals. You don't have to do the same thing. And I am talking to everybody, but I decided that I would. If you wanted to do that. Again, you don't have to. Oh, you get a real-time alert, Jason. You get a real-time alert. Now, just because a stock starts to reverse doesn't mean it's going to continue, of course. So it will be, for instance, let's see, the KALV as an example. The first alert, because it has to make a new high. Yeah, I can see what happened right here. You see, there was the high right there. There's the opening 15-minute candle. See, it's 20. Maybe you can't see it, but it's 2173. So I'm talking about KALV as an example. No, it's just the high of the day, Jason. So for instance, you look right there. The high in that first 15-minute candle for KALV was 2173. Okay, we got the alert at 2174 when it took out that high. See, it was down here, started to move. So it gapped down. There's the gap down. And then it started to recover, reverse. That's where you got the alert. Now you might say, well, I'd rather get it here. Well, then you have to change the alert trigger. My alert trigger is a new high of the day or a new low of the day, you know, if it's on the downside. But that wasn't so bad. I mean, look, 2174. I mean, it's pretty awesome. 2174 and it's 2323 right now as an example. I'm just a guy who likes to see stocks near the high of the day or near the low of the day. Well, it's different. Oh yeah, it's different. I mean, these are making new highs or new lows. Yes, that's the alert, but they don't have the same filters as, you know, let's just break one of them out as an example. Okay, gap down and reverse. So let's just break one of those strategies out. So gap down and reverse. So for instance, this is what has to happen. So the stock has to be between 50 cents and $30. And you can change this, you know, you can change any of this. But this is what I'm looking at. The volume is 300,000. So here's the gap. You know, it has to be a 50-cent gap and a 4% gap. Okay? So that's the gap. So on the gap down and reverse, that meant it had to gap down at least 4% below yesterday's open or yesterday's close and 50 cents below yesterday's close. Okay, so these strategies here don't have those filters in. So that's what you know signifies that it's a gap, first print of the day. Okay, so it gapped down, met these filter requirements, and then it reversed. Okay, you could break these out. You know, this is a multi-strategy window. I lump them all together because they're similar strategies in terms of the gap. So I put them all in one multi-strategy window. Yeah. So Jason, if you take it, then all you have to do is just highlight. And anybody, if you want to see what it's actually looking at, then you just highlight it. See how the box pops up. And then you just open the alert window, and it'll show you exactly what the individual strategies are looking for. Potential bouncers are probably pretty, or potential tops are probably pretty good right now too. Yeah, Sam, probably. But I don't want to get into having too many alert windows open, too many windows open, you know. I can't have them all open, so to kind of pick and choose. Well, guys, I think that's it. Yeah, you got me a little 4-minute bonus time. Any more questions? I don't see any. That's not a question. Well, okay, so the question was that these are the ones I mainly use. This is what I'm sharing, okay? I have my other You know, I have 3 monitors. Yes, exactly, exactly, Jason. I have 3 monitors, so this one is on another monitor. Okay. I'll do the best I can, Abundant. But all those scans but the ones you can't see, Jason, they're all in my on my home page. Okay, they're all here. So yes, I mean here's the layout, and some in the layout are here. Obviously, the basic new highs and lows. But you know, I've got a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have all these open. Look, I don't have them all open. That'd be crazy. But you know, the other ones I have open on my other monitor, the gap continuation to reverse, and the option play magic, and this one. So, so they're all here. You can pick and choose. You're pilfering. Good. All right, everybody. I think that is definitely it. I don't see any other questions. Okay. Are you talking? Well, I know they have. I think they're calling it a team building event in they're having today. I have no. I don't think it's open to the public. It's just for trade ideas. I don't live in San Diego. I mean, Steve may have said. I don't. I'm sure it's not open to the public. No, it's just a quote unquote the team building event. All right, everybody, that is it. Well, I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. I sure hope we find some other interesting ones like we found this morning, especially on the short side. Okay, so have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.